Lol. Huh. There you go. God, it's just as well I'm not scrolling through Twitter on screen. There's so much shit now. God. God. Okay. Are we really just going to catch up on 2 DNC episodes today? Episodes. Or should we do... there's the Palestine March. There's... what else is there? There's a Timba video on Russell Brand. I did announce on Discord. Chill. There's another 10 hours of quote hunting. Yes! That's exactly what I'm going to do. There... memes? Okay. Tiger King Destiny? I don't care about Tiger King. No. Can't have too much of a good thing. Oh, Brianna Wu, Mark Lamont Hill. They clash over whether or not the war is a genocide. Apparently the debate is 13 minutes long? What? Oh, no. There's a full stream. Okay.
Peace, family. It's your brother.
Hi. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. Making my way downtown, walking fast pass, and I'm homebound. No. Thanks for the $5. I don't understand a word of that, but thank you. I don't really listen to ethnic music. I'm so sorry. All right. Do I want to watch this? Mark Lamont Hill, Brianna Wu. Ugh. Oh God, I was supposed to be chill today. There, that DNC, new Andrew Tate charges. Okay, wait. I don't even know the old ones. They raided his home, accused of trafficking minors. Okay. Oh God, there's so many things. Okay. 1 in chat for Brianna Wu, Mark Lamont Hill. 2 for the DNC. 3 for Andrew Tate charges. And 4 for... no, those 3. You guys are confusing. All right, hang on. Let's just change the stream title and see what happens. New Andrew Tate charges. There it is. Gonna be a long day, you guys. Just make a poll. No. Why the fuck would I do that? Do I still have my meme? Do I still have my my Tate meme? Oh shit. Do I? No, I don't know where it is. Whew. I don't remember where it is. I used to have a fucking Tate Ransona. DNC is boring. No, it's not. The DNC is amazing. This is where if you had competent mods, they could get the poll together. Imagine that. Oh, God. Okay. Bro, there's too much to do. Okay. Some of Hasan fangirling at the DNC. Nope. Did Maruzzi time out Aaron? Holy shit. What the fuck? Okay, listen. One thing at a time, okay? Oh, did I missed, I forgot to look at this. I had this lined up. And do you guys see this? Is this RNC or they did a kind of memorial for Corey Comparatori in Balamory with Trump and look at the fireman costume and
Corey's firefighter gear was displayed at the Republican National Convention, which was a special honor.
That was an honor. That was a big honor. Yeah, that was a big honor. I'll tell you why. All day at the rally, my husband kept saying, he's going to call me up on stage. You're going to hear him. He's going to say, Corey, come on up here. Corey, get up here. He was just joking, you know, obviously, but he kept saying that. You're going to get up. You know, he's going to call me up on stage. And we were all like, there's his moment. He's up on stage. So, yeah. He got his moment on stage.
me. What? As I'm sorry. It's really funny. Oh shit. Okay. Remember Pierce trying to say that he was young. He just wanted to throw in young to make it more even. Oh god. I'm sorry. Okay. That was weird. I like this kind of trend of Republicans going to the DNC to try and troll people and just it massively backfiring. We saw it with Charlie Kirk and his whole what is a woman thing after being called out for supporting an insurrectionist, which he is, unconstitutional, anti-democratic, anti-America, anti-republic, anti-freedom. And his response is to go, wait. What is it? What is a woman? Like, it's kind of embarrassing. And apparently Jack Posobiec is in a fucking keffiyeh trying to do the same thing outside the DNC. And
How many abortions have you had? How many abortions have you had?
why is his microphone so distorted? Why?
How many abortions have you had today?
DNC. I'm getting paid by George Soros to have an abortion on the stage with no drugs.
Which way are you going? Which way are you going?
What do you mean, which way?
Which type of abortion?
What kind of abortions are there, Jack?
There's pills, there's tools, there's a number of ways.
So it's going to be on stage. So a normal person would think that they would use tools, right?
Why pills on stage?
And vacuum it out and do all of that. Like if I took a pill that takes several days and nothing happens, you won't see anything. So you should probably like study how female anatomy works. And
How many abortions have you had?
What the fuck, man? What? How are these Republican trolls at the DNC just constantly bumping into professional to professional plants? Like what? That was so seamless. And twice on the topic of women. At least like Charlie Kirk uploaded his one. He had the nerve to upload his one. This one I think was live, so oh, what a clown. Okay. Oh, no, wait, he did upload this. This is Human Events Daily. Why did they do this, bro? I don't know. It's like, it feels weird. It's almost kind of scary because it's weird enough knowing that they are already operating on completely alternative realities, like completely different levels of reality, but it shows in a different way. It hits in a different way when it's also over like humor and which one is getting owned in the video. That's fucking weird. I don't know. Apparently there was a video of Tim Walz's son crying with pride for his dad at the DNC last night, and Republicans, like conservatives and people like even like Sargon and shit, are having to tell the other right wingers to recognize that this is actually a nice thing for a son to be proud of his dad. Like, I don't know if you guys saw this. Here. The fact that they're having to say, like, this is a touch, like, this is the video, right?
World, and I love you.
I think he's saying, that's my dad, at one point.
I'm letting
Yeah,
you
there.
world. And
So he's like, he's proud of his dad and shit, and it's fucking, even Sargon having to go, like, this is a touching human moment in which a son is exuberantly proud of his father, and right-wingers should recognize it as such. And obviously, your fucking trad family values fucking cunts. This is why we lose. Low T, excess soy. Bro. Fetal alcohol syndrome. Bro, he's a fucking normal-looking kid. What the fuck? Man, these guys, they're really lost. They're really having a pretty difficult, they're having a difficult week, month, last couple of months. I don't know. Weird. Very weird. Have you guys heard that Andrew Tate has new charges up against him? He's been taken in whilst the police raid his home again into new allegations involving sex and minors. Not the digging for coal kind. Dozens of masked officers swooped on this self-described misogynist's home. Okay.
Now, this is a police raid that is taking place on the home of Andrew Tate in Romania. Those are the images you're looking at now, because there have been new allegations, we're told, emerging around Andrew Tate involving minors. He was charged along with his brother back in June 2023 with rape, human trafficking and forming a criminal gang to sexually exploit women. They deny all of the allegations, I should say, against them. They
Obviously,
were held in
yeah.
police custody back in December 2022. But these are the latest images that we've seen surrounding that investigation. New allegations, we're told, involving Andrew Tate.
The thing is, the very first time I watched Andrew Tate, the very first time I heard about him, and this is not like a new thing, he does this in public all the time. Like, he publicly admits to crimes and teaches his fucking followers how to do the same thing. He has whole videos on how to get your bottom bitch through Instagram. The one that he met might very well have been 15 when they met. He talks about like how to like slide into young girls' DMs and how to look disarming and non-threatening and shit like that. And he the first time I ever saw him, what was it? Andrew Tate. He did it in the very first stream that I watched of him. It was when he was fighting with Hasan. Whoa, my old intro. I don't know if you guys recall. We are worms. Oh yeah, the worms. The the Fortnite players. And this girl here, who is 17, there's a moment in this video where Andrew Tate like properly takes a pop. And this was the first time I ever heard of him. Like pressuring her to kiss him. It's kind of, here's the spicy part from live stream fails. Okay.
Fine. You know, like if you ever, once you're 18, if you want to get yourself a real man, I know a guy.
You do?
I do, yeah.
Oh
I do know a guy.
my God.
What? It's a long story. I can't tell you exactly who.
Fifth. Plead the fifth. Now. You're live. You're on stream. No.
Because there's bad things about him.
Yo, there's no fucking way you just said that. No. I actually overheard that. The fact that you fucking said that shit is fucking crazy. That's fucked up. You were dead ass being a W fucking wingman, and the fact that you come in and say that shit is actually fucked up. Like, yo, go ahead, bro. If you want.
That was the first time and obviously Mr. Little Fortnite Worm decided to turn on his top GW wingman or whatever the fuck they're called. Yeah, it's not only are there new charges potentially, but there's also, there's new victims as well. Allegations of human trafficking, trafficking of minors, sexual intercourse with a minor, influencing statements, and money laundering. Forming a criminal gang to sexually exploit women. He denies all the charges, obviously. Okay. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the number of new victims is in the double digits in this particular case. I don't know. It's funny that Candace Owens had a whole panel of people talking about Israeli pedophilia and apparently Israel being a safe space for nonces, whilst also having Andrew Tate on her fucking show. Because one of the things that Andrew Tate said about liking Romania was he said he likes Romania because it's a place where like you're less likely to get fucked with by the law. Like it's easy to get around the cops and things like that. 7 alleged victims identified. This is from last time, isn't it? Last year. But he's been admitting this for a long time. I don't know what the change is. Phantom, thanks for the subs. He's been admitting to this for a really long time. There's a whole compilation of the amount of times he brags about his attraction to 16-year-olds and he's like mindful of the age of consent in whichever country he's talking about, and him talking about how to get your bottom bitch and how she's been his bottom bitch for like 6 years. A bottom bitch is like someone who helps you. It's what a pimp has. It's like a pimp term. So
she's like, I'm only 16. I was like, give a fuck. Know about me.
It was a pretty well-known fact that he had kind of a network of young girls.
You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck would I read for you? You've got a fit sister who's 16, maybe.
Muslims have the best frame on earth. I want a virgin wife at 16 who's going to obey me. That's what I want.
You know, you said it looks like I'm in a teenage girl's bedroom.
Yeah.
To some people, that would be an insult, but to me, I find that quite flattering, to be honest. You know, like, that's exactly what you'd expect.
I'm fucking all these 16-year-old women or 18-year-old women, whatever the law is in America.
the age of the people I'm fucking changes depending on what the law is in the country. I'm going to change this. I'm going to retcon this story based on what the age of consent is in the country I'm saying it in. Interesting. It's a good tactic.
18?
It's 18 usually. You get married at 16. I think.
All right, in Romania, 16. Sorry.
He employed or forced, we don't know, to do video chat for him and who knows what else.
The girl you start with is the most important girl. Because the girl you start with is going to be your bottom bitch. They call it your bottom bitch on the street. My first girl was so good, it was easy. You got to get a good one. And you're only going to find a good one by fucking a lot of hoes. I've got my main bitch, my bottom bitch, Vivian. So, Vivian here. That's how it started. I met Vivian in Slovakia. We had a long-term relationship thing. I was living in England. I moved her to England to be with me to start doing my webcam company. So Vivian's been with me 6 years.
So he's been with Vivian for 6 years, right?
Because Vivian's younger. Vivian's like 21.
Vivian's 21. And at this point, he's been a girlfriend for 6 years.
So Vivian here.
It means that they met when she was 15 years old.
There's a video from 10 years ago that showed me in a sexual act with one of my ex-girlfriends.
Ah, that fucking. Forgot that. Okay, this is the video where he's like, he says he's playing. I mean, he might be, but it's quite convincing CNC. If so,
One other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. You understand me? Do you understand me? Say it then. Say I understand. Say it like you. Say it again. Say I understand.
So he says, just after this cut, she gets the belt and hits me back, and we're both laughing. What bullshit. So lucky your camera was there. Yeah, well. The thing is, there would be a lot more deniability around that video if he wasn't also such a... like, clearly willing to violate other boundaries, like age of consent. Oh, God. So who knows? Hasan Reddit clip. Where? Why? What does that mean? Hasan Reddit clip. Is that on like my on my Reddit or what? Where? Huh? I don't see anything on my Reddit for Hasan. Oh. Okay. What's he doing?
We always leave from 6, don't we? Well,
10 minutes to 11. Oh, yes. A fucking hot Hasan clip. Let's go.
Free Palestine, end the occupation,
this way.
End the occupation,
we can go through here too.
End the genocide, end the genocide, end the genocide, ceasefire now, ceasefire now.
Hey, love the hat.
Hey man, how about you protest with us?
You know I was...
How about you protest with us or what?
Hey, love the hat.
Hey man, how about you protest with us?
You know I was at the protest yesterday, right? I was at the protest 1 day ago, brother. Wait, I'm sorry, what did you say? Get out of here? You think I'm your fucking enemy? You think I am against Palestinian emancipation?
Honestly,
Get the
no.
fuck out of here. Fucking child. What do you mean, honestly, no? Why are you chirping at me then?
Don't call me a fucking child.
Because you're being a fucking child. Be an adult. Think clearly. Dumbass. Oh, he does. And I agree with him. And I agree with him. So why the fuck's he yelling at me? Hey, what's up? Sure.
Kill him with kindness, Hasan.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Thank you so much. Thanks for
Have a good one. So stupid. Dumb fuck. That's how I will treat you chatters too if you fucking come after me in the real world. Isn't it? Where is it? Oh, it's there.
Oh no.
Run quick, we just missed the light.
I wonder why that guy doesn't like Hasan. Is it because that person We underestimate how many people think Hasan is a liberal. Oh, I know. That's what I was saying. It was like, Hasan walks a fine line. He walks a very fine line. Basically, for 3.5 years, he is a Marxist-Leninist who thinks America is the cause of all the world's problems and is rotten to the fucking core. But for 6 months out of those 4 years, he is a middle-of-the-road, normie-friendly, left-leaning Democrat. That's what he is. You know, endorsing Tim Walz and AOC, a fan of AOC and shit like that. Yeah, yeah. It works. It's a good meme. Support emancipation for Palestinians is a broad church, you see. I support Palestinian emancipation, okay? But that guy in the mask does. Hasan does. But my guess is I'm more like a nuanced two-stater. Nuanced peace processor who recognizes Israel's right to exist. Hasan's more like a one-stater who thinks Israel's committing a genocide or whatever. And that guy in the mask is probably like a Hamas supporter. So yeah, there's a broad church of people who support Palestinian emancipation. Okay. You're a lib. Got him! Apparently this is from the same intersection. Oh, there's Hezbollah. Oh, nice. Of a guy... wait, isn't this how... Wait, where are these videos of the Hezbollah fighters dressing up like this? Although they wear green, don't they? Have you not seen this with the Hezbollah dudes in the jumpsuits? I don't really know what the occasion is for this. Where is it though? There's a video. There's a very clear video of them. It's when they're stomping. It's when they're dancing on the American flag. They do this funny little march. Where the fuck is it? It's on this video. Islamic resistance. Is it like around here?
نؤكد أيضا وبكل وضوح وقوفنا إلى جانب سوريا قيادة وشعبا في مواجهة الاستهداف الأمريكي الصهيوني لها.
Ameriki. He has his speech impediment. Ameriki. Alright, where? Fucking. Where's the video? There's a video of people dressed like that. And they're stomping on flags. And it looks epic. Hang on. Bro. The frames are... it doesn't last long enough. Fuck me. Oh! Is that it? No. But they're doing this. That's them stomping on the American-Israeli flag. Okay. Fuck, I need to find this. Fuck. Bro.
Israel was on struggle with this leader.
The thing is, I think this
class too, advocating for the rights of Shia
okay, it's not really
Muslims
jumpsuits, but it's kind of like it's got that vibe, you know? Like they're about to do surgery. Yeah, like the Green Ninja, yeah. Is that why this is that what he's going for? No, it's not. It's a regular old jumpsuit. It's not the same. So that was from the same intersection. Are you sure? Flees the DNC. How do you know it's from the same intersection? DNC 2024. Trust. Oh wait, who are these? Oh no, it's a standoff. It's a Mexican standoff. Only there are no Mexicans. Everyone's white. Oh, I see. I see the sign. Yeah, DNC. Okay. So there's a Hezbollah flag. There's a bunch of fucking Christian nutters. There's a hammer and sickle. It's fucking mental, bro. Like, can these people just live like one fucking day? Can we just get Hasan to stream from from like a Hezbollah run village from like Bint Jabil or something, and just like let him talk about Hezbollah for the way he talks about the United States for a day and see what happens. Like, oh god, I don't want that to happen, obviously, because he would probably, you know, very bad things would happen. There's human rights. Actually, why is it the hammer and sickle? Why is it like that? Should it not be? Why does it? Why should it not be yellow? Should it not be yellow and in the corner? Why is it in the middle like that? Wait! People in chat said it. It's the Nazbol flag. It's the Nazi Bolshevik flag. The National Interesting. Is this the person holding it? Is this the person who's holding it? Every Nazbol looks like this now. The cosplay femboy Nazbol. Every Nazbol looks like this, and every American Hezbollah supporter looks like this. Why? And I'm guessing, I don't know, is there any footage outside of this of the rest of the people trying to call her out or call both of them out on this? Because this is kind of gross. I don't know. That's wild. What the fuck? You know what? I really love that video of Dylan Burns and his Lebanese Ukrainian friend talking to my stalker, and that Lebanese guy who has lived under Hezbollah rule. He's lived in a town that has Hezbollah in charge, and he's asking the guy, like, have you ever lived like under those conditions? Let me see. Is it here?
Russians, I think the way the Ukrainian people are resisting Russia, the way Ukrainian institutes are resisting Russia, the way Ukrainian civil society is resisting Russia, it should be it should be an example for how Palestinians should be fighting and resisting Israel. Not with fucking chicken shit, fascist Islamic mafia organizations like Hamas. Like, you've ever lived in a place with Hamas? يعني انت شو مرة عايش حدهم لما بيكونوا عندك بالحارة? Like you just don't know what you guys are talking about. Like listening to you, it's just fucking, Jesus Christ, can I? You live in like an imaginary world built up by I don't know, like what's lowest tier bullshit propaganda.
God.
Like
my fucking Taliban friend, the guy he's talking to is like a Taliban supporter, who's like gone to Afghanistan to meet them and shit. The random Arab, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Hamas, Hezbollah, it's not good. Not good. You probably wouldn't see this kind of aesthetic going around. It's the fact that they're both dressed like they're into fucking, they're like cosplaying or some shit. And supporting the kind of people who would fucking kill you for looking cosplay. I don't know. Fuck me. Well. You know what? Actually, there was a Channel 5 video on the DNC counter protests. that's what you could call it, I guess.
My name is George.
Let's see.
Chidi, spelled C-H-I-D-I. I'm a journalist. I write for The Guardian.
Oh, The Guardian?
Yeah. Big paper, London, 9th largest English language publication in the world, The Guardian. Because I'm a legitimate journalist. Who are you?
I'm Saddam.
Saddam who?
Saddam from Channel 5.
Like local?
No, Channel 5 on YouTube.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. What's your fucking problem?
I don't have a problem.
I think you do. I am staring at a man who claims to be a journalist and will not identify themselves. You're a fuck up. Legitimate journalists will take issue with this. And once I'm done with all of this shit, George Chidi, I'm a journalist for The Guardian, I'm going to find out what the hell this bullshit is about.
All right, figure it out.
I will.
Yeah.
This is fucked up. Your people are fucked up. The folks who are listening to this asshole are fucked up.
That's you guys. That's you. You guys are fucked up.
You should be ashamed of yourself if you're giving this guy clicks.
We're here at the DNC. I got verbally assaulted by The Guardian. They told me to get a press pass. I got a press pass.
Channel 5 is in the building in Chicago. Yes. Right on. I wish there wasn't a genocide. I wish there wasn't 500,000 to 1 million people dead. I wish It's Not Real was not a colonizer state.
How many people died? God, that number keeps on fucking... I've never seen so many varying estimates for a fucking death toll before. It's ironic because this is one of those wars where you're always updated on the death toll, right? It's not like we had daily updates or every average person knows the death toll in Syria or Yemen or Libya or even Russia, Ukraine. But for Gaza, the death toll is all, like, I know just from not even reading articles, just absorbing it, that the death toll now from the health ministry is 40,000, right? That's what and I've known what it is basically every day since day one, because that's always what you see. But somehow people still manage to find a way to wiggle around it.
I wish 75 years of repression didn't happen. As an Ashkenazi Jew, I know my family's past, and I wish that none of this shit was going on because we wouldn't be here right now. The only thing that I'm happy about is that you're here.
How has it been for you, I guess, as a Jew to stand alongside the Palestinian movement?
It took about 3 days for me to figure out that I didn't know what the hell I was talking about for the last 47 years.
Some of the images, like this attack on a kibbutz called Be'eri, have already been widely seen.
And now I fully see where the white supremacy pyramid is, and it's Israel. You can't oppress people for that long and then expect them just to be happy about it. Somebody had to do something. Netanyahu knew it was happening. They knew for a year. Our CIA told them at least 4 days before. Egypt told them 4 days before. They knew. So they wanted this to happen so they could take back all the land. It's all their ambition.
How fucking retarded can you be? If you know anything about every military surprise attack that's ever happened, you know that there are warnings for it. And the problem is that for every warning that there is about an attack, there are about 50 million warnings that happened prior to that didn't become anything. Like I've shown you guys on stream, we've watched videos of Hezbollah propaganda that was aired on fucking Lebanese TV outlining an invasion plan into northern Israel from the mid-2000s. Obviously, they never did it. There are videos going around of them planning a 5 fucking pronged attack across the. And it's the same thing as October 7th. It's a rocket barrage, and then we cross in this side and this side and this side, and we use tunnels to come underneath and into the communities. We target this town and this town and this town. Yeah, they've been people talk about this for a long time. Yeah. It's like the problem is that warnings are not. There are lots of warnings and threats that are made that don't amount to anything. So you can't just say they knew. Like, it's stupid. It doesn't mean there weren't failures, but to imply that they knew and they want it to happen, that means so apparently the Americans wanted Pearl Harbor to happen because they had warnings. The Allies apparently wanted the Nazis to steamroll through the fucking Ardennes and destroy France within a couple of days with a diversion attack. Apparently they knew that was happening and wanted it to happen because they had warnings. They had very clear warnings. They had fucking intel watching the entire convoy getting bottlenecked in the Ardennes, and the guy was just like, nah, don't believe it. Because he what? Because he wanted to get invaded and have all his men die. The Nazis, they had warnings about fucking Russians, Soviets gathering up behind Stalingrad to launch a counteroffensive. They had warnings. Did they want it to happen? Did they want to lose the entire fucking war? Everyone told Stalin the Nazis were about to invade. Yeah, like it doesn't mean that they want it to happen. You fucking naive 4-year-old brain cuck. All right, sorry.
Get the land to get Gaza. It's a prime real estate. And also Netanyahu's running from 3 federal indictments, and now he's just running to save his life.
Last week we had a massacre at a school where 150 was.
Holy shit. Look at this guy. Who's he fighting? Oh yeah. He's right about Netanyahu. They're not federal indictments. What federal indictments in? Okay. I've heard that multiple times. I hear Americans just throw in the word federal when they talk about Israel. I'm like, bro, you need to stop being American. You need to actually like leave that country for however long your life is multiplied by 2, or like you just. If you've lived to the age of 30, you need to spend the next 30 years outside of America. Because stop, like, why? Why are you using this fucking language? Federal.
Killed, dismembered, beheaded.
The floors covered with bodies, blood, and limbs. Rescue officials say they found around 100 bodies.
Israel, for its part, accuses Hamas of hiding behind the civilian population.
Israel has accused Hamas of using civilians as human shields in Gaza.
And at the same day, we sent a $3.5 billion of weapons, 2,500 pounds of dumb bombs.
The US just the other day announcing that it was going to be releasing $3.5 billion worth of long-term military funding.
I'm not down with oppression. I've been fighting fascists all my life, and honestly, Israel's gone so far in the paint, they don't deserve to be a state anymore. One state, Palestine, where it was for 3,000 years, and everybody coexisted, including my cousins and my ancestors.
Arms embargo now, ceasefire now, and US aid to Israel now.
Where are you from? Are you from Chicago?
I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
How do you feel about walls?
Oh, I have a lot to say about walls.
If Trump gets a chance to return, he's going to pick up exactly where he left off 4 years ago.
So Governor Walz is the biggest friend of genocide. He's the best friend of genocide.
Damn.
And he invests over $157 million of Minnesota state pension funds in Israeli companies. And now that's just Israeli companies. That's not also weapons manufacturers that are complicit in Israeli occupation. The Safe Word investment.
Well, like what Israeli companies? Like tech companies in Tel Aviv, or agriculture, or what? Okay.
Which Tim Walz currently chairs and has chaired for a while, has like $4.3 billion invested in corporations that are complicit in Israeli apartheid. There's 119 directly in Israeli corporations and Israeli bonds, and like 560 that go into Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, and all those other weapons manufacturers.
So that's coming out of Minnesota taxpayer dollars, right? Like I live in Minnesota, and if I ever decide to be a public employee, that's going to be my pension funds. I'm actually part of a delegation of Palestinian Minnesotans that just had their meeting with Governor Walz canceled on the spot, as in 2 minutes before it was supposed to happen, after 10 months of him refusing to meet with us. And he met right away with the synagogues. He went out to a Stand With Israel rally right after October 7th. So he has capacity to check in on his constituents. It's just a matter of which constituents.
Democrats are portraying this week's Democratic National Convention as a changing of the political guard. President Joe Biden is expected to give a keynote speech with a symbolic handoff of his party leadership. And on the eve of the convention, though, thousands of protesters took to the streets in downtown Chicago. The protest was organized by an organization that fights for abortion access and LGBTQ rights.
Everybody here but the Guardian. I'll tell you what.
What's up, guys? It's been a long night. I'm happy to announce this video is sponsored by a dope company called Ground News. That's www.ground.news. It's a company and a service. The website down day Gateway Pundit. Seats. See for 5.
Harris. She wants to make it look like she's going to be different than Biden or different than Trump on the Palestinian issue, but I don't think she will. I think she's afraid of the Israel lobby.
And she has a history of supporting the U.S. special relationship with Israel and saying that Israel has a right to defend itself as it conducts its illegitimate operation in which it is an occupying entity bombing their occupied population and killing over 15,000 children.
The Fourth Geneva Convention, Article 49, clearly states the occupying power shall not deport or transfer parts of its own civilian civilian population into the territory it occupies. And the external
this guy's
occupation
got
of
the
Gaza
fucking...
was illegal under international law. They were under a blockade. Israel controlled all entry and exit of people and materials. 94 to 97% of the water was undrinkable. They practiced calorie restriction into Gaza. A high percentage of the children were anemic. There was a high percentage of unemployment in Gaza prior to October 7th, about 40 some odd percent, and that was related to the blockade. Also, journalists like yourselves in Gaza are being targeted.
140 Palestinian journalists have been killed since October the 7th and dozens wounded.
More journalists have been killed in Gaza than in World War II. In the Gaza war, where there's only 2.3 million people, as well as medical professionals are being incarcerated in the Israeli torture camps. And what is happening is collective punishment against the civilians of Gaza, and we won't stop until there's an end to the occupation.
If we don't get a ceasefire and an arms embargo overall, I don't think they're going to win the election. I think we're going to get Trump again. And in a Trump presidency, the left actually fights. Democrats will do the same thing. They'll just fundraise. But at least the left will fight fascism. Because right now we have fascism in the United States. You don't see any homeless people around here. Why? Because they're probably locked up. It's illegal to be homeless in the United States right now. Fascism is happening now. So you can't threaten us with Trump or any hypothetical fascism.
This guy is so funny, man. Oh, God.
It's already happening now.
So I'm here to tell the Democratic Party and the Democratic candidates that their voters will no longer support unconditional aiding and abetting of genocide. It's no longer appropriate to say that you're just better than the other guy and that you're going to secure the progressive vote just because.
Kamala Harris, we're under no illusion that the Democrats or the Republicans could ever really do anything to help us. Even if, let's say, there was some nice person in there that wanted to, materially, they have different interests.
These are the second thought viewers. Look at them go.
From us,
this
because
is the agitation that he was told to do.
They have backers from the biggest businesses in the world. We don't pay their bills. They're not going to listen to us. So we don't expect much out of Kamala or the DNC or anybody they put in that seat, because regardless, they're going to enact the same policies.
We're constantly hearing vote for the lesser evil, but it's still evil, and I don't feel like supporting that. That's why I'm here.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hey, yo, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Fuck Nestle, bro.
Fuck Nestle.
Their CEO says that water shouldn't be a human right.
Fuck that.
Look it up. It's on Google and shit. Crazy. That's it.
You made that shit yourself?
That's crazy, Jack.
I drew it. I just bought fabric markers at like Meyer and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy.
Who do you feel most connected to?
Right now, I feel most connected to Sudan and Congo, who are also going through genocides of their own that are extremely, extremely connected to Israel. It's Israeli companies that are putting them through this genocide. So I feel very...
Israel's doing genocide in Sudan and Congo. Huh? Israeli companies? Huh. Okay. Huh. Okay.
Very much like we can't continue with our struggle without mentioning the people of Congo and Sudan, but also...
The whole Epstein thing was about blackmail. They would get you having sex with the kid, then we own you, we operate you, we'll pay you well, but you do what we say, and if you turn on us, we'll kill you.
Yeah.
You know, so, we're just trying to really ease the temperature back a little bit. This aggression will not stand, man.
What aggression?
In Israel, there's a lot of aggression there.
No comment, question mark. What do you want me to say? No, Israel is not responsible for the genocide in Sudan, nor are they responsible for the atrocities in Congo. What? Like, there are other people in the world who are capable of doing bad things other than Israel? Okay.
It's a moral imperative to be here today because you can't stand by and watch the body count rack up daily without coming out and saying something.
From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free!
We feel betrayed by the democratic machine. A lot of the Muslim Palestinian community voted Democrat, and the Democrats are failing us. And free Palestine! My family is still there, and they're afraid for their kids, even in the West Bank. Their kids are being attacked wherever they go. I mean, you can be attacked and you can be killed. Just
Hasidic Jews protesting with them. Well, it's what was it Nuteri Carta, and the problem with them is that they what they want is not like they're pro-Palestine in the sense that they don't think the state of Israel should be created by like human beings, essentially. What they do want, though, is they want the Arab population to be their slaves or their servants in a Jewish state, but they want the Messiah to do it. They think it's like sinful or it's like inappropriate for people to do it. Those guys are, every time you see people talking about Jewish people with the fucking curly hair and the hats, like Orthodox Jews who have Palestine flags, like they do not understand what those people want. This is like, and there are only a couple of thousand of them in the world. Like there are not many of them. Yeah, they'll go to protests where they get to become like the fucking alibi against anti-Semitism, for sure.
Any minute. That's in the West Bank where there is no Hamas.
The West Bank is completely sealed off by apartheid walls, checkpoints. Even without the checkpoints and walls, Israeli settlers would hide in the roads and put rocks in the road to prevent Palestinians from crossing. And when the Palestinians would stop, they'd come and beat them. They'd set things on fire, houses, businesses on fire.
Bro, the keffiyeh thing is like it's a proper fucking industry going on here. There's so many of these people wearing keffiyehs now.
Protection of the IDF.
And this guy's not white, I don't think so.
And it's just terrible over there.
We can't really enjoy our families here because you feel guilty to really live normal and.
Fuck Kamala Harris. She's a genocidal piece of shit cop that doesn't deserve to be here.
She's like really weird, you know, so it's like she's not funny, but like she's unintentionally funny to laugh at, you feel me?
They don't care about black and brown people as long as they get their funding, their money, and the interest groups continues to fund them.
Bro, this guy's dressed as a fucking soldier, holy shit.
Intentionally funny to laugh at, you feel me?
They don't care about black and brown people as long as they're.
Which uniform is this? Oh, it's the red triangle. Is this like a Hamas uniform? Is he wearing a wait? What's the yellow badge? Is this Al-Aqsa Martyrs? Where's that yellow badge? I think it's the Al-Aqsa Martyrs, that yellow badge there, unless Hamas has one. I thought the Hamas uniforms were darker, though. Having the badge on your arm would be Hamas or Al-Aqsa. Who is this guy repping? I think it's Al-Aqsa Martyrs because the Hamas badge would be the one with the green and black. But they do still have the flag on the shoulder. But it wouldn't be yellow underneath it. Unless they have different. It's not impossible. No, it'd be Al-Aqsa Martyrs. That's wild though, because I thought History Speaks told me that Fatah are all two-state anti-terrorism now.
Get their funding, their money, and the interest groups continues to fund them. They're going to decide and do whatever that interest group tells them to.
Can I ask you what your patches mean?
Sure, this is Hamas. This is Hezbollah.
Oh, it's Hezbollah. I was being too generous. He's got one of the, okay, he's a dual wielder. What does this say?
Resistance is legitimate.
This is that a fucking dot or a dhamma? Is that like a... It would be N, Nun, Waw, Ra, Hamza. Nur, Jin. He's on all the watch lists. He is gathering all the watch lists. This is a Jin. This is a fucking... Oh, God, I hate the figuring out the dots every time. Oh, my God. The 2 dots would be... Yo? No, not in the middle like that. What the fuck? Would it be? The last letter... I don't even know the last one, to be honest. Because I don't know that format for it. This is a Jim. This is a fucking... It's a ta. It's just a ta. So I just have to guess the vowel between the j and the ta. Okay. And the last one, I think, is just... It's weird the way that this is written, though, because it could be... No, it's not sin. No, because it doesn't have the rest of the shit. Is that Hamza at the end? Does that work? So it would be... Jeta? Jeta? I don't know. And then the last one is Aleph, Lam, Nun. Sod, Ra. Alanus. Don't know. So I'm guessing the vowels, but I think what I'm reading is Nur or Nura. Jet something. And Al-Nusra. What does that mean? Let's see. He might translate it. Maybe, but we're figuring it out. Where is Bambi when you need her? True. Okay. I don't even know how you... Is this the word I think? I don't know. All right, let's see.
Resistance movements that are fighting for Palestinian rights, that are fighting for justice.
And all the women across the globe who are...
Well, he didn't fucking say, did he?
What your patches mean?
Sure, this is Hamas. This is Hezbollah. These are resistance, legitimate resistance movements that are fighting for Palestinian rights, that are fighting for justice.
And all the women across the globe who are affected by U.S. and Western imperialism. You know, Gaza, for example, women in Gaza don't have reproductive justice because they don't even have basic health care. They don't have basic human rights, right? You know, there's bombs dropping on them every single day. So if in the United States we want to demand reproductive justice here, we need to also be demanding reproductive justice for the women in Gaza.
Workers of the world unite. We have nothing to lose but our chains, a world to win. Join the Revolutionary Communist International wherever you are. And watch Channel 5.
I hate the faux Arabic pronunciation. Bro, I'm pretty sure she's an Arab. What are you talking about? This person is Arabic, no? She's Arab. Could you not tell? Is this a red-blooded white American No, she's Arab. That's why she's saying it like that.
We want to demand reproductive justice here. We need to also be demanding reproductive justice for the women in Gaza.
Workers of the world unite. We have nothing to lose but our chains, a world to win. Join the Revolutionary Communist International wherever you are. And watch Channel 5.
Thank you, man.
Think about everything terrible in this world. It always goes back to money. A communist America, you're going to see basically the eradication of things like homelessness, poverty.
Fuck you, fuck your mother. In fact, I got $20. I'll go.
The Guardian guy's back.
Like, maybe she'll give me $10 back.
Yo,
so that
bro, he's full on.
That's the Guardian, bro.
Why does it?
You call my mom a hoe there?
Crazy, dude. That's wild.
Bro.
People from the Guardian acting like that? That's crazy as fuck.
I said, hey, bro, let's squash it.
That's crazy.
He told me you want to fuck my mom.
And then they upset because you're wearing a mask? Yeah. Do you see how they act when people come out here and protest for the truth? And then you see they got the gas mask on and shit for what? Like, man, like they ready? Like, what the fuck? Ain't nobody did nothing. We just sitting here chanting, but it's a problem.
They're ready. They were getting ready to use chemical weapons on a bunch of fucking citizens who care about what this country's doing. They want to fucking hurt us and put us down instead of listening to us. They know we don't have any other fucking options. It's just fucking Harris or a goddamn crazy fascist. And the moment we stand up for ourselves and try and say some shit about it, they try and fucking gas us. What type of bullshit is that? Fuck that shit. We should have more options in this fucking country than a fucking cop and a fucking fascist.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority.
He's spitting. He didn't hold back. Offer someone better. Hell no. Give it to us on a plate. Whilst we wear masks. I hide our fucking faces. Okay. Good memes. Good memes. Obviously, it's quite likely that Channel 5 picked the craziest people for their video. I'm sure there are some plenty fine people in there. I don't know how I feel about protesters who are okay walking around with people who have Hezbollah patches on them. I'm sorry, or like Hamas badges. At the end of the day, these are the same cunts who will tell you that if there's one Nazi at a 10-person table, it's a 10 Nazi table. I'm like, you wouldn't tolerate... Well, I say you wouldn't tolerate someone with a Nazi flag running around with you, but they did tolerate someone with a Nazbol flag, the National Bolshevik flag. So I don't know. Maybe they do. I don't know. I still never figured out what that badge was saying. Really, really no one to help me. Is this already on YouTube? What the fuck? Hot Hasan clip, let's go! Is my compressor that strong?
Hasan, it's this way. We can go through here too.
And the genocide.
And
the genocide. And the genocide. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now.
Hey, love the hat. You know I was.
How about you protest with us or what?
Hey, love the hat. You know I was at the protest yesterday, right? I was at the protest 1 day ago, brother. Wait, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Oh, he's taking him on. Let's go. He probably got fucking mad at the Destiny Made You guy and decided next time someone fucks with me, okay, I'm gonna let him have it. I'm not holding back. I'm not gonna wait until they're out of earshot before I say things to them. Okay. It's been a long week for Hasan. Listen, thoughts and prayers, okay? He's doing well. He's doing all right. He did a good standoff with that guy. What we got on Twitch? What's happening on Twitch? Twitch! How do you like the fact that the DNC has no Palestinian speakers? It's mental.
What's up? Our camera's about to die.
Hi.
Boom.
What's this?
I wanted to show Unc.
Oh,
the
shit.
OG. The OG before our. This is literally our. This is a. Dude. You're so lame. I saw Amy Goodman when I was walking out. I was about to leave, and I almost cried. I like teared up a little bit. Because she's a legend? Yeah. It was amazing.
She was the RNC too, yeah.
Yeah, she had no idea who I was, but her crew was like, that's a huge content creator. And she's like, oh, they tell me you're big.
Yeah. I
ran in the flesh.
What's up, Charlie? How you doing?
You got to send me commission on all the YouTube videos you make about me.
Anyway, but yeah,
no.
what were we talking about?
So Amy Goodman.
He just a little nervous. Oh shit! He should have taken him on, bro. Ask him what a woman is. Let him have it. Charlie Kirk loves that. He'll never see it coming.
What's up, Charlie? How you doing?
You got to send me commission on all the YouTube videos you make about me.
Anyway, but yeah, what were we talking about?
So Amy Goodman. So I love her. Democracy Now!, Young Turks are the only two shows that were against the Iraq War. She's been around even longer than us. But when I saw her at the RNC, I don't know if she threw shade at me. Okay, listen to what she said.
Shade at you.
I don't think so either, but
she doesn't know. I don't think she's that tapped into what's going on in the world.
No, she knows Young Turks. We've run into each other 100 times at these conventions and stuff.
Is that it? Is that all I'm watching?
Oh, it's good to see you.
Charlie Kirk not come back? Why don't they have a standoff? Why don't they have a real life debate? Is Charlie Kirk unironically friends with Hasan? No, it's just business. I guess they're just being polite to each other. Like, I don't think Hasan had a good response though. Oh well. Unironically the funniest thing Kirk has ever said. Yeah, well. Watch the Wall speech. Fuck off! I didn't even watch DNC Day 2, bro. What happened at Day 2? What did I miss at Day 2? I missed Obama. Obama. Who's this? Don't know. Don't care. Who's that? Don't know. Don't know. Okay, wait. Trump. Who's this? Don't they do January 6th footage of this one? Or is this, when did they do the January 6th footage? Oh, that's a separate video. Never mind. I know there's a standalone that has that. Bald. Don't care. Who's that? The fuck's happening at the... Who's on stage? Okay. Don't know. Don't care. Bernie! So Bernie's there. Okay, we got Bernie. We got... Don't care. Bill O'Reilly. Oprah. Eminem. Okay, we'll start with Bernie.
What I call...
All right, 1 minute. Let's just get you some lead up, okay?
the Senate and keep the torch of freedom burning bright for generations to come. On to victory in November.
Together, we will build what I call an opportunity economy. I will take on the high costs that matter most to most Americans. Compare my plan with what Donald Trump intends to do. He wants to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax on everyday products and basic necessities that we import from other countries. It will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. He wants to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which 45 million Americans rely on for health care. He plans to give billionaires massive tax cuts year after year, and he plans to cut corporate taxes by over $1 trillion. That if you want to know who someone cares about, look who they fight for. We capped the price of insulin at $35 a month and the total cost of prescription drugs at $2,000 a year for seniors. And just yesterday, we announced that we are lowering the price for 10 more life-saving drugs. As president, I will work to build the housing we need, and by the end of my first term, we will end America's housing shortage by building 3 million new homes and rentals that are affordable for the middle class. More than 100 million Americans will get a tax cut by restoring the Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit, through which millions of Americans with children got to keep more of their hard-earned income. We will provide $6,000 in tax relief to families during the first year of a child's life. Now is the time to chart a new way forward. I will fight to give money back to working and middle-class Americans. Increase the security and stability financially of your family and expand opportunity for working and middle-class Americans.
Please welcome Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you. My fellow Americans, it is an honor to be with you tonight because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president. And let me tell you why that is so important. I want you all to remember where we were 3.5 years ago. We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. All across the country, businesses were shutting down. Unemployment was soaring. Workers were losing their health insurance. Schools were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry.
Also, as a quick thing, I did look up what Sean said, and I can see that the federal funds that were spent in Kentucky, 3 is the Department of Agriculture at $2 billion, 2 is the Department of Veteran Affairs at $2.5 billion, and then 1 is the Department of Defense at $8.3 billion. So
I'm out of here.
Yeah. I'm just kidding, actually. Department of Defense was number 3 at $8.3 billion. 2 was the Social Security Administration at $19 billion. And 1 was the Department of Health and Human Services at $116 billion. So the idea that military bases are what's playing into Kentucky's absorption of federal funds is bullshit. And Kentucky was your go-to example, so I'm guessing this is probably the most extreme one you could find. So that's bullshit.
No.
Oh, I was just saying I don't like that guy, that Sean guy. He's just I don't know, he just seems like he doesn't care about anything he's talking about. I don't know.
That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office.
He's not another centrist, he's a conservative. He's a right-winger.
A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support.
Sorry, what Hasan clip? Oh no. Not another Hasan clip. No way.
His bedroom overflows with atlases, globes, maps, and National Geographic magazines. On October 7th, Hirsch and his best friend Honor went to a music festival in the south of Israel. It was advertised as celebrating peace, love.
Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy that the uncommitted movement, once again, making an incredibly modest proposal to have a vetted Palestinian speaker give a vetted speech, and it's always, of course, not happening. It's falling on fucking deaf ears. Ta-Nehisi Coates on the uncommitted movement. As of day 3 of the DNC, the Palestinian permission to narrate was still under consideration. The Democratic Party absolutely cannot maintain this apartheid structure in terms of literally only having Israeli victims and their family members be held into question.
He thinks the DNC is it's an apartheid structure, that they don't have a Palestinian speaker. Unfortunately, the Palestinian movement in America has allowed themselves to cave into demands that are unachievable. Like, they want demands that the DNC will never concede to. So the best you're going to get is a both-sidesing two-stater fucking, I condemn Hamas, but I also sympathize with the Palestinians, and we need to stop this awful war or whatever. And every fucking pro-Palestinian person will hate them for it. You understand that any pro-Palestinian speech that gets into the DNC and gets vetted by the DNC will be the kind of speech that people like Hasan would call fucking tatbiya, normalization and shit like that. Yeah, I don't know, stupid.
While Palestinian and pro-Palestinian people are getting fucking beaten out, okay? They're literally the delegates themselves that dare bring up the.
There are many pro-Palestinians who commentators who condemn Hamas. Jamie, listen, they're not getting. I'm gonna do the leftist thing now. Okay, you do not get a fucking gold star for doing the bare minimum. You can't just be like, I condemn Hamas. Also, genocide, apartheid, ceasefire, stop all the fucking arms, ceasefire. In brackets, Israel leaves and Hamas has no obligations to change anything that they do, and they're just left fucking unsupervised, taking hundreds of aid trucks every day to rebuild the strip. Brackets. We can't actually tell you if they're going to use it to make weapons again, which they've absolutely will. You don't just get to say, we condemn Hamas and then you're fucking good to go. That's the bare minimum, okay?
The Palestinian casualties get fucking booed, they get humiliated, they get kicked aside. It is fucking ridiculous, okay? Yes, of course these people have a right to speak, and yes, of course they deserve to have their child back, okay? I am not a fucking soulless monster. I'm not a heartless piece of shit. Okay, there is no boo, I can't believe she's doing this. I can't believe the Democratic Party is doing this. But the fact that after After all of the commitment that the Democratic Party has given to the Israeli government to just basically absolutely eviscerate entire Palestinian families with American-made bombs, that they can't even fucking have a Palestinian person, an individual with family members come and speak in this similar fashion is disgusting to me. This conversation better get
The thing is, you kind of dig that grave yourself, though, right? Because you're kind of like saying, if you want to compare Israel to Nazis all fucking day, and you want to accuse the Democrats of being complicit and supportive of that genocide and Nazi genocide in Gaza, then you might as well be saying, bro, why don't they have a Jewish person speaking in the Reichstag? Why don't they do that? Surely they've got all these Germans who have lost people in the war speaking up in the Reichstag. Where's that moment where we allow a Jewish person to speak up, to give their 15 minutes of fame? Do you understand how stupid that's at? These are incompatible positions. You can't say that the Democratic Party is complicit in a Nazi-style genocide in Gaza and that that's their ally and that's who they give money to and that's who they support, but also the victims of the genocide should be expected to want to give a speech at the convention of the party that supports the genocide. You can't. That doesn't make any sense. Why the fuck would they want to? You did that. You understand that you being shut out of that conversation because of maximalist demands and like just wanting everything to be the worst possible thing. You did that. That's your fault. There are Palestinian activists out there, by the way, who probably would make a good appearance at one of these conventions, right? There are people who would support reconciliation, who understand that it's possible to support Palestinian emancipation and Palestinian rights without making it this zero-sum game where Israel is this Nazi state that needs to be disowned by the entire world and fucking like every now and then we're going to call it isn't real and compare it to Nazis and compare it to fascists, like a state of Jewish people. Like, there are Palestinian activists who exist who can actually put forward a reconciliatory critiques of Israel and a positive image for Palestinian and Israeli freedom and coexistence, whether it's two states or even one state. Those people exist, okay? But you guys would hate them. You guys don't like those people. You call them complicit. You call them fucking like Uncle Toms and shit. Like that's why this isn't happening. Like, you chose to make this a zero-sum game where Israel is literally the fucking Nazis. And again, there's it wasn't, no one considered it like an injustice that Jewish people weren't allowed to speak in the Nazi convention, okay? That's not what people asked for. People said, if you're going to call them Nazis, then you don't want anything to do with them. Why would you'd want to destroy them? Okay.
Conversation itself better turn around into one that specifically focuses on Benjamin Netanyahu and his disruptive attitude towards the ceasefire negotiations, or else I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
Again, these people exist. I spoke to quite a few of them. There are people in Israel who are left-wing who support a Palestinian state, and there are Palestinians living in Israel and even some in the West Bank who support a Palestinian state and who support coexistence and who support negotiations and compromises and understanding that it's not a zero-sum game and that there is actually a possible future that can be based on reality and it can be based on internal critique as well as external critique. Again, you guys don't like them, though. Hasan's audience does not like those people. They hate them. They fucking despise them. They probably hate them more than they hate, like, Netanyahu, because there's nothing worse than someone who, like, you think should be on your side but isn't good enough. I don't know. Like, I'm just thinking when I was talking to Asawi Frege, ex-Arab Knesset member, ex-Palestinian Knesset member in Israel, a guy who lost one of his grandparents in the Kfar Qasim massacre in the 50s. If I just think the way that he spoke to me about his identity and his relationship with Israel and what he wants for Palestinians and for statehood and all that, like, I just listening to him. I couldn't get it out of my head. I was thinking like the Hasan wing of the internet, like the pro-Palestinian movement in America. They're not like you. They don't talk like you. They don't use the same rhetoric as you. They don't use the same prescriptions as you. Like they would hate you. They would think that you are and. They would think you're a normalizer because that's what he gets called all the time by like hardliners. But again, you made that deal. You made that deal with the fucking with the devil. That's why you're like Hasan will call you a 10-table Nazi if there's one Nazi there. But apparently it's okay to be friends with like Second Thought and Hakeem who support Hamas, right? Who support October 7th, who think there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian. I don't know. You made your bed. Sorry.
All the hostage families are enduring.
This isn't true. You can find Palestinians who are against Hamas and who support two states, but who aren't the types who are tokenized by pro-Israel people. Jamie, do you think these people, those are the people who were protesting outside the DNC? I agree those people exist. You're just not going to find them in Hasan's orbit. You're not going to find them in that area. Oh dear.
And within...
Oh, also, sorry. Mixolydian, thanks for the 2 New Zealand. I really appreciate that. The day Hamas Piker became... fuck's sake. Became the baby settler. Wow. And Ondal, thanks for the $49.99. Wow, that's so fucking generous. What a huge dono. Fat. Thick dono. Not all Hasan's audience are deprogrammed types. Enough of them are, Jamie. If there's one person at 10 Nazi table, okay.
In 2 months of taking office, our government did respond.
Isn't Hasan objectively better than you? He lived in the Middle East, he knows the culture and even one language from the Middle East. You assimilated confused clown trying to suck up to white supremacist. I like it how every example you gave of him being objectively better than me is his ethnicity. Like, you realize that the only ethnic supremacist here is you, Aisha. You understand that. You understand that you are basically outed yourself in 2 sentences, only 1 sentence really, as an ethnic supremacist. Like, what? This person is better than you. He's from the Middle East. He speaks Middle Eastern language. He's lived in the Middle... Like, the fuck are you talking about? Okay. Is Dubai the Middle East? I did live in Dubai, but that person didn't care. You know. Listen, if Turkey is Middle East, so is Dubai. Okay, it's fine.
We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class. We extended and expanded benefits for the unemployed. We provided emergency assistance for small businesses to stay open. We guaranteed health care coverage to tens of millions of Americans through one of the largest expansions of Medicaid in history. We provided rent relief and mortgage assistance, which prevented tenants and homeowners from being evicted. We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by up to 65%. Oh, and by the way, we cut childhood poverty by over 40% through an expanded child tax credit. Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Thank you, Democratic Congress. Now, I say all of this not to relive that difficult moment, but to make one simple point. When the political will is there, government can effectively deliver for the people of our country. And now we need to summon that will again, because too many of our fellow Americans are struggling every day to just get by, to put food on the table, to pay the rent, and to get the health care they need. Brothers and sisters, bottom line, we need an economy that works for all of us, not just the billionaire class. My fellow Americans, when 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, the top 1% have never, ever had it so good. And these oligarchs tell us we shouldn't tax the rich. The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision.
I tuned out and then came back in. And obviously he's saying this is what Republicans are saying. But it sounds like... It just sounded like Bernie's had a total fucking U-turn on all his policies. We shouldn't expand Medicare.
And we shouldn't increase Social Security benefits for struggling seniors. Well, I've got some bad news for them.
Bernie.
That is precisely what we are going to do.
Ooh.
And we're going to win this struggle because this is precisely what the American people want from their government. And my friends, at the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process. Billionaires in both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections. For the sake of our democracy, we must overturn the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move toward public funding of elections.
Yeah.
And let me tell you what
I don't know what
else
that means, but okay.
we must do. We need to join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege. We need to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We need to pass the PRO Act so that workers can organize in unions and gain the decent pay and benefits they deserve. We need to strengthen public education, raise teachers' salaries, and make sure that every American, regardless of income, receives the higher education he or she needs. We need to take on Big Pharma and cut our prescription drug cost in half so that we no longer pay any more than other countries. Joe and Kamala made sure that no senior in America pays over $35 a month for insulin. We need to make sure that reality is true for every American. I look forward to working with Kamala and Tim to pass this agenda. And let us be very clear. This is not a radical agenda. But let me tell you...
Prevent the algorithm from pushing these React Andes. Damien. The fucking justice warrior. Oh, no.
What a radical agenda is. And that is Trump's Project 2025.
Oh. I feel like I should probably read Project 2025 at some point, right? Does it matter? I feel like it's too much reading for something that has just enough plausible deniability for me to maybe not have to care about it. I don't know.
At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, giving more tax breaks to billionaires is radical. Putting forth budgets to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is radical. Letting polluters destroy our planet is radical.
Yeah.
And my friends, we won't let that happen. Fellow Americans, in the last 3.5 years, working together, we have accomplished more than any government since FDR. But much, much more remains to be done. We must summon the courage to stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice for people at home and abroad. Abroad.
Where?
We must
There's abroad?
end this horrific war in Gaza.
Wait, is this why people are sending me links talking about how Bernie treats women? Is it because he's just shouting abroad? Is that what this is?
Abroad. Abroad. Abroad.
I knew it. Okay. Good one. Who's the broad?
Bring home the hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire.
Bring home the broads.
At home right here, we must take on Big Pharma, Big Oil, Big Ag, Big Tech, and all the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people.
Was the Israel thing, was the hostages, that was yesterday,
5th,
right? Not the day before.
Let us elect Kamala Harris as our president, and let us go forward to create the nation we know we can become. Thank you all very much.
Okay. Bernie. Okay. So we also have... Is this Kamala's husband?
Please welcome Illinois governor.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just...
I don't care. Is this, who's this? I feel like I know who this is, but I don't want to say it because if I get it wrong, I'll just sound like I'm being racist.
Michelle Obama.
It's Michelle Obama, yeah. I knew that. Do not skip Doug. Doug crushed. Okay, fuck you guys. All right, we're okay. Doug better be good. I'm gonna fucking soy if Doug is not good enough.
He was raised in Jersey, moved to LA when he was 16. These are his parents, Barb and Mike. They think he walks on water. This is what he wore to his bar mitzvah.
I'm so tired.
And here's him at summer camp. They voted him most athletic, so he says. This is a photo McDonald's used when he was Employee of the Month. It hung on our wall for years. My dad is a lawyer, a really good one. My mom called him the crisis guy because he was everyone's first call. My parents split when I was in middle school, and that wasn't easy. That's not easy for any kid. But it helped that my parents stayed friends, and we all kept hanging together. We grew closer than ever. And then he met Kamala, the blind date that would dramatically change all of our lives forever. It was my senior year of high school. Elle and I would laugh watching them fall in love, acting like teenagers. In 2014, Kamala became Mamala. She took over Sunday night dinners and taught Doug how to actually cook. Our blended family wasn't used to politics or the spotlight, but when Kamala became senator, we were all excited to step up, especially my dad. Then Kamala became vice president. It felt like Doug was a bit out of place on Capitol Hill. I thought, what is my goofy dad doing here? But he embraced it. He left his practice after being a lawyer for 30 years. That was tough. I was so proud to watch him do it, to stand by her side, an example of true partnership. I just got married myself, and he's inspired me as a new husband. Anyone who really gets close to him knows he's kind, loving, and fiercely protective. I mean, just look at this face. This is my dad, the first second gentleman in the history of this nation. He's found his voice around the issues that matter to him.
You have no choice but to speak up and speak out.
There is an epidemic of hate, including a crisis of anti-Semitism in our country and around the world.
What they are doing on reproductive freedom and freedom in general is just outrageous.
And next, he's gonna make history again as the first gentleman. I can't wait for everyone to get to know why we all love him. He's the glue that keeps this family together. We might not look like other families in the White House, but we are ready to represent all families in America.
Please welcome my dad, the second gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much. I'm so proud of how you're stepping up for all of us. But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task, and she will be a great president we will all be proud of. Now, I'm the son of two Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are still my best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the framed picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all.
Live it that really you're going to work from home and you're going to make everyone else who made your car come work in the factory. You're going to make the people who make your food that gets delivered that they can't work from home. The people that come fix your house, they can't work from home, but you can. Does that seem morally right? That's messed up.
You see it as a moral issue?
Yes. It's a productivity issue, but it's also a moral issue. People should get off the goddamn moral high horse with the work from home bullshit. Because they're asking everyone else to not work from home while they do. The laptop class is living in La La Land. Look at the cars. Are people working from home here? Of course not. Building cars, servicing the cars, building houses, fixing houses, making the food, making all the things that people consume. It's messed up to assume that yes, they have to go to work, but you don't. How is that? That is, it's not just a productivity thing. I think it's morally wrong. Really, you're going to work from home and you're going to make
Who else is it that views business in that way when they're like, these people get this perk of their job, but I don't, even though they're doing a completely different job? What happened to the fucking free market? I'm sorry. If you can be just as productive from home or even more productive from home, then you would be working in an office or working outside of your home. Then why wouldn't you do that? Like, how can someone who's built an entire reputation on being like the richest man on earth and be in fucking business be this fucking retarded? I don't think there's any evidence that people who work from home are less productive than they would be in an office. I don't think there's any evidence for that. That's why after COVID, a lot of people who started working at home just stayed working at home because they were able to. Like, oh, okay, whatever. Dumb fuck. He's boring. He's not an interesting person. He's dumb and he's boring. And he's stupid. He's got a huge head.
And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer, which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting.
I love the headline here, the bait on this headline. It's fucking brilliant. Workers are less productive working remotely. At least that's what their bosses think. Oh no. Where's the stat? On average, remote work productivity was over 7% higher than in-office productivity. Yeah, well. Whoop.
We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number.
Sorry, anyone who says otherwise is because you're an employee and you have no friends. It's because you're an employer and you have no friends. That's it. The only reason this guy in chat this diplomat guy in chat is saying that stats show undeniably that productivity tanks when done from home. The only reason they're saying that is because they're an employer, and they don't have any friends. That's it.
Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug.
Hey.
I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail, and she makes me listen to it on every anniversary. But that message wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at her apartment for a contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh.
You pulled up one Forbes article, my dude, and I've been both an employee and an employer, worked on site and remote, but nice to be about others in boxes like an open-minded lefty. So I was right. So you're an employer and you have no friends. Yeah, okay.
Love that.
That's why you're against people working from home. Yeah, okay.
And maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night.
What is this? Search history for kefir. Authentic. Yes. It's got to be authentic. Aren't they all made in China? Or let's see, November? Oh, yeah. September, October, November. Oh, why did it go up in September? Why did it go up in September, guys? Was there forewarning? Oh, shit. Did they know? Who was buying the kefirs in September? Okay.
When I picked her up and told her...
I know it didn't actually. I know, because of the way that this graph works, it starts in October.
Buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast, I learned what drives Kamala. And it's what...
Do you think as part of the October 7th financing strategy, Hamas bought a bunch of kefirs knowing that they'd be able to charge more for them to Western people after the attack? That'd be a good idea. That's a really good scheme to fund the war effort.
What you've seen over these past 4 years, and especially these past 4 weeks, she finds joy in pursuing justice. She stands up to bullies just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well, but hates when they're treated unfairly. She believes this work requires...
This is like hang on, listen, I have a theory. This is like if that, it's like if an actual justice warrior had feelings. Isn't it? These guys have never... Look, it's uncanny. He's just a boy. I don't see it. You guys are idiots. You guys have no imagination, okay?
The basic curiosity in just how people are doing. Her empathy is her strength.
Oh, not diversity. He's calling her an empath.
Kamala has connected me more deeply to my faith, even though it's not the same as hers. She comes to synagogue with me for high holiday services, and I go to church with her for Easter. I get to enjoy her mom's chili relleno recipe every Christmas, and she makes a mean brisket for Passover. It brings me right back to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn, you know, the one with the plastic-covered couches. But Kamala has fought against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate her whole career. She's the one who encouraged me as second gentleman to take up that fight, which is so personal to me. And those of you who belong to blended families know that they can be a little complicated. But as soon as our kids started calling her Mamala, I knew we'd be okay. Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both for always putting your family and the kids first. Now, Cole and Ella's friends knew that when they'd come over for Sunday dinner with Mamala, it was going to be real talk. In between taking cooking instructions, they'd have to answer questions about what problem they wanted to solve in the world. They learned that you've always got to be prepared because Kamala is going to prosecute the case. And in the same breath that Cole and Greenlee told us that they were engaged, they asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters.
I know I should be reading and taking notes and working on stuff while this is on because I don't have much to say. It's just, I'm so tired. I'm just gonna sit here. Okay, I'm just gonna enjoy it. Let's just feel the hype.
Put so much time into those remarks.
Absorb the hype.
And she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress, and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused, and all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart. She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours too. Kamala is a joyful warrior. It's doing for her country what she has always done for the people that she loves. Her passion will benefit all of us when she's our president. And here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes. Just ask the criminals, the global gangsters, and the witnesses before the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Here's a $10 for the 11 hours stream yesterday.
Thanks for the $10, Space Wampa. It was 12 hours, actually. Why would you say 11 hours, you lying? But where's the credit when it's due? Sorry. C. Silver Calcifer, thanks for the €5. Could you review Destiny's debate versus the PhD guy? It felt like a bad performance on Destiny's side, and your expertise could help clarify who was right. What? We've already done it. I wonder if Aaron's would even try to edit that. I don't know. Or if I should just do a summary with clips and timestamps. Oh god, that would take a few hours to do. Someone did timestamp it though, so it's not impossible. It would just it would just take a lot of clipping. I'd have to make a presentation, I think. And can I be fucked doing that? No, not really. Oh god, hang on. Oh, that's the $2, Space Wampa. Darn, yeah, that's what I thought. Redeeming yourself. Okay. Close enough. Okay. Close enough. Okay. Ah! Let's see. Where was it? A PowerPoint. A presentation with quotes. Yeah. Yeah, we could do actually a quote written presentation. That would be quite funny, actually. That's possible. But where's the VOD? Because I saw it got timestamped to fuck. Why did it only go to 11 hours 55? It must have... I think YouTube has like a limit thing on it. But yeah, it's got like... someone timestamped it. Look at this. I think they gave up after 4 hours 16. Oh, shit. Whew.
She never runs from a fight. And she knows the best way to deal with a coward is to take him head on. Because we all know cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She doesn't tolerate any BS. You've all seen that look, and you know that look I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That look is not just a meme. It reflects her true belief in honest and direct leadership. And it's also why she will not be distracted by nonsense.
What was your assessment? The guy made a lot of fucking dubious claims, and if you check the quotes that he references, you can even see just a paragraph before or after in a couple of cases that he is clearly bullshitting. Destiny's pushback was not great, and I also don't know why he is so weird about committing to terms like ethnic cleansing or settler colonialism. Yeah. To be honest, I think the worst thing that Destiny said was that like people don't retroactively call things ethnic cleansing, but they do. Like historians do that all the time. The worst thing that the other guy said, he said a lot of bad things. Oh God, the worst thing that he said was this idea that the Zionists lobbied Western governments to stop them from bringing in Jewish refugees in the late 30s, early 40s. That was insane. With no proof, obviously, just a quote from Ben Gurion that doesn't actually show the lobby doing anything. Like, oh God. He said a few pretty dumb things, actually. Yeah, but I'll have to pull it all together. I'll have to gather timestamps and then his quote and then counter quote. That's probably how I'd do it. But it'd be easy enough. We could do a sort of 15, 20-minute video on it. Just a presentation with Obsidian. Yeah.
Kamala knows that in order to win...
Will you call Destiny and let him know? Yeah, I was going to do it yesterday, but I hadn't finished the debate. He raided me while I was still watching the debate. So I'll see if he starts streaming before I go off today.
We cannot lose focus. America, in this election, you have to decide who to trust with your family's future. I trusted Kamala with our family's future. It was the best decision I ever made. This Thursday will be our 10th wedding anniversary, which I know it means I'm about to hear that embarrassing voicemail again. However, that's not all I'll be hearing. That same night, I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States. And with your help, she will lead with joy and toughness, with that laugh and that look, with compassion and conviction.
Foley, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Woo.
She'll lead from the belief that wherever we come from, whatever we look like, we're strongest when we fight for what we believe in.
Oh,
not
no.
just
Turn down the temperature.
What we fear. Kamala Harris was exactly the right person for me at an important moment in my life. And at this moment in our nation's history, she is exactly the right president. Thank you so much.
Did you end up looking at that paper? No. Bro, I was fucking wired last night, okay? But I should.
Please welcome former First Lady Michelle Obama.
Obama.
wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it?
Yeah, it's called genocide.
We're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. To be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings. Is that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future.
An overwhelming sense of dread.
And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope.
What the fuck was that noise? Oh, my stream VOD from yesterday. Fuck.
Every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, don't sit around and complain about things, do something. So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. Or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hard-working, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black. The job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs. Look, it's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex.
Were you improving? Or do you mean improvising? Yeah, I was, yeah. Improving, sorry. Salvatore 40K grats. Yeah, I do. I got 40K subs now. That's crazy. For a live channel. That's mental. Don't worry. I was just looking up Nazbols earlier because of the fucking protest flag.
About whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. Kamala and Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But
and Obama.
They are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above.
Fascist.
This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy, for the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what?
Do something. Hey,
we only have 2.5 months, y'all, to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So, we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So, consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something.
Do something. Do something. Do something.
You all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next President and Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless.
Obama.
Now, before I go, I have one more job tonight.
Yeah.
One more job.
I don't even know what the job is.
You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope. Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy, and let me tell you, as someone who lives with him, he wakes up every day and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
You mean Hussein Obama? Why would you say the middle name? Should I hide something? He's an Arab. Oh God, you ready to live out?
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That's enough. Thank you. Chicago, it's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit.
Oh, he's so funny.
But it's true.
He's so cool.
And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as Vice President. Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds, but we became brothers.
Oh.
And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend.
Obama.
Now, the torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight.
Fight!
For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling, where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future? About my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories.
Crazy?
This weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress.
I was about to say Obama. It was kind of impressive up until that point in the fact that Obama can hold your attention in a speech without really advocating for or against anything. I honestly think the Obama campaign was just the most impressive marketing campaign in American history, because I watched a lot of the presidential race in 2008. I had no idea what Obama was pushing for. I had no idea. But he takes up so much space and just makes you feel good to listen to him. But at least now he's talking about the border bill and everything. He's actually talking about policy. But yeah, it's kind of impressive that for most of the time that he talks, he isn't actually saying anything. He's just doing a bit. He's just doing stand-up, basically. Like a stand-up politician. Yeah.
Helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't... Do not boo. Vote.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Maybe he heard my critique and now he's channeling it in the past. Okay, nice.
He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom, since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest tricks in politics, from a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life.
He's as smart as you, learner, but would you be mad if I say he's a little smoother? No, I wouldn't be mad. I'd just be disappointed. And then I'd give you a 10-minute timeout so you can think about what you've said.
Fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges.
Big wanks. What's this? Don Jr. What?
The endorsement
Glenn.
from RFK.
Remember when this guy used to do his little fucking schizo blackboard presentations trying to prove that Obama was a Jewish communist?
Think that's coming?
Listen, I hope so. I think RFK, I think he's a smart guy. I think he's actually got very good views on certain things. I think there's other things, we're going to disagree with him on. But I think it shows sort of a unity against, literally, you mentioned it before I hopped on, about the communism that we are up against. It's not hyperbole anymore. It's not like, they're just a little
not
bit more
anymore.
left than us.
It used to be. It was hyperbole when we did it for the last fucking 50 years. But now it's not hyperbole. Okay, well done. Giving the game away there, Mr. Trump Jr.
These people, she's talking about, we want to set up price fixing, and we want to set up this, and we're going to be auditing businesses, and we're going to take away your business, and we're going to take away your children if we, can't do drive through.
Auditing a business, like, do businesses never get audited in the United States? Okay.
Transgender surgeries for minors without parental consent.
Right.
They've lost their minds. And so, I love the idea. I love the idea of, giving him, some sort of role in some sort of, major, three-letter entity or whatever it may be, and let him blow it up. I think that's what we need. And so
Mate, the only thing RFK is going to blow up is his own fucking brainworm-addled head by mistake when he, mixes the wrong fucking medication because he thinks he knows better than the doctors who made the vaccine. Okay.
I think that kind of unity, even where there may be certain disagreements on certain things, I think he could be a really great asset for that. I think he could bring people together, and I think it shows a strong, a strong opposition to what we are up against, which is just abject insanity. And I think if we had real unity across independents and others in America to stand up for what we know is coming, what the media is doing a very good job hiding from us, which is the reality of the Kamala Harris platform, which is just a continuation of the Biden administration's platform. We don't need another 4 years of this. What's unique with this election, we had 4 years under Trump. We've had 4 years under Biden. When were you better off? It's sort of a no-brainer. And yet, when you're up against the trillion-dollar institution of tech, $1 trillion of mainstream media functioning as the marketing arm of the Democrat Party, it's hard to get a fair shake. And so we have to expose that. And the more people that we had on board, the better. So I'd certainly be open and welcome to the idea, frankly.
The idea of RFK dropping out and his votes being the difference between Trump and Kamala winning the presidency would be very depressing, wouldn't it? Oh, God, that would be so depressing.
Securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more.
What? Milo Yiannopoulos. Why? How is he the one to talk about that? He might as well say it takes one to know one. God. And then he recommends it to other people with his fucking platform. I thought this was a good thing for Milo, wasn't it? God.
and protect Medicare and Medicaid, and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions.
Every time I hear do something.
Constantly dealing with these people who have never contributed anything outside of playing some fucking video games.
Okay.
A guy plays video games.
You're out of line.
Twitch,
You're way out of line. You're way out of line. You're way out of line. Gavin.
He's contributed. Do something. Do something besides letting people fuck your wife. Do something. The more we accomplish, the more you fucking inconsequential cunts trivialize our accomplishments. The more
I didn't respond.
you trivialize other people's accomplishments.
Hold on, excuse me.
Do something. You're literally on your ass for a living. Get up.
We do have to. Go ahead.
Oh no.
In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is.
What do we have to do to make you angry enough to punch your microphone? Listen, I'll punch my microphone for $100, okay? This is a sturdy, girthy piece of machinery, okay? I'll do it. I'll knock it dead.
And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story.
Have you seen Traveling Israel's video? Oh no. Traveling Israel did a video on Hasan? No. No. It's 4 hours. Oh shit. I think they're both dog shit on Israel Palestine. Who do I prefer? Probably Hasan. Oh, it's an old one. It's the okay. Okay.
A story that says we are all created.
To be fair, Hasan would accept 2 states. I don't think Traveling Israel would, so that's probably where we go. All right.
All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other,
4 hours ago,
we
not
can
4
find
hours.
a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job...
Did Traveling Israel ever privately acknowledge that you effectively refuted all his points? Hell no. He said he wouldn't. He said he didn't want to do a debate, and he didn't want to. And he didn't want to make another video. That's what he said.
Over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act. Providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more.
Got him.
But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead,
got 20 minutes of this shit. Come on.
Within reach of more Americans.
More Americans.
But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class.
This is all lib bullshit about how we should all just come together. True. What we should actually do is split apart and have a civil war. That's actually, that would be based and epic and awesome. I can't get over the, never mind. One second.
Like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents. Just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias, that will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union or put poison in our rivers or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home.
Don't mind me, guys. I just libbed the actual cock out. In the other, yeah, I libbed out in the other room. It was good. Good libbing.
We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life. How we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we
and how many kids we kill. Because bodily autonomy means murder babies. Murder a 1-year-old, bodily autonomy. If the umbilical cord's still there, chop chop. I'm joking, obviously.
And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us. To make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives, we need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices.
Oh my God, he misspoke.
And that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off.
He's talking about me. He's talking about the foreign agents.
No society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't,
okay, fuck it. We can't wait any longer. We need to change the stream title. I'm too excited to watch this. We're changing the stream title to It has to be done. It has to be done. So apparently Traveling Israel did a video about Hasan. I think Hasan spoke about Traveling Israel really, really early on in the conflict. He never made a video about him before. He actually did one on me before, Hasan. But I guess he's responded. Hasan Abi made a video about me. Free Palestine, no thanks. Okay. Ooh, okay. Let's go.
Because it is way too long.
Ha!
Hasan Abi made a
Hasan.
video about me.
Oh no.
It is actually an almost 2-hour-long video that argues against me and the issues I explain in my video, Free Palestine, No Thanks. He is joined by a historian called Zachary Foster.
Yep.
The video was actually made a few months ago, and a large number of my followers have sent it to me. Anyway, the points he raised against me are still relevant today.
Okay.
I won't be showing it all because it is way too long, but I will share a link here below so you can watch the whole thing if you want to. I have no problem with people saying I'm wrong.
Yeah.
However, I do have a problem with people calling me a racist and saying that I have been dehumanizing other people. So I will start with that.
Doesn't this guy... Hang on. I feel like... The problem is that there's not much delineation or any effort to delineate made. When he makes videos like this, hang on, where's the one when he says we should listen to Palestinians and it's actually bait for him just showing a bunch of clips of like Hamas supporting terrorists saying crazy shit? Where is it? Was it calling them the world's most privileged refugees? As if you, what do you think? Like refugees in Lebanon are privileged? They live in slums. Not all cultures are equal. Where's the? Oh, this one, yeah. He does this video
There's
like
a war going on, and one of the most challenging things we need to do is listen. Although it is hard, we must listen to the other side. In our case, we, the Israelis, must listen to the Palestinians. Let's start with the women. The female voice is not heard enough in the Middle East. What do Palestinian women have to say? What do Palestinian mothers have to say?
Like, it's such a funny little thing, like this bait. Oh, we don't listen to the troubles of the other side. We should actually listen to the suffering of the Palestinians and to understand maybe why they got into the situation that they got into. No, let's just watch a fucking clip, probably from Memory TV, of some crazy, like, Hamas supporting woman talking about genocide and, like, about jihad and murdering fucking Israeli civilians. Like, come on, dude. Yeah, of course people are going to call you racist because you don't make it sound as if you've given any thought ever to acknowledge any, like, substantial Palestinian suffering that might have actually been caused by Israelis to some degree. Like, you didn't even humor the idea. This is just a memory compilation. Like, yeah, okay, some Palestinians, like, have a very pro-Hamas sympathies. Quite a lot of them do, actually. Some of them are very open about their acceptance of murdering Israeli civilians. Not all of them are, though. And Traveling Israel doesn't seem to care about that. He doesn't seem to give a fuck about, or even just understanding, like, how they got into that predicament and the role that, and the sacrifices and the kind of, like, Palestinian suffering that almost had to happen for Israel to exist. Even if you go back to the early evictions and the pre-Balfour Declaration. And that's just for a start. But he doesn't care about any of that. Like, it's all, like, and everything bad that Israel ever did to Palestinians is always because Palestinians did something worse earlier. That's always what, it's that reflexive instinct to just never want to concede anything. Like, yeah, he's like an expert at doing that because he's a propagandist. Anyway.
He's just painting a picture that dehumanized Palestinians. This broader initiative among Zionists to dehumanize the Palestinian people. He's being incredibly bigoted towards Muslims. You know, I am deeply anti-Palestinian. I am super racist against Arabs and Muslims.
Don't call me names just because you can't prove me wrong. And because I won't comply with the rules of progressive political correctness.
Damn.
Do I make generalizations?
Yeah.
Yes, we all do. Both when we say good things about any group and when we criticize it. If I say that men are more violent than women, does that mean that all men are violent? Does it mean that I hate all men? Does it mean that there are no violent women? No, no, and no. But if 95% of men in jail all over the world are men, then you can say that men are more violent.
95% of men in jail are men. Is that a... Is he saying something about trans people? I don't know. It's misspeak. Okay.
If I say that most Muslim countries are undemocratic, or that Muslim society is a very religious society and doesn't tolerate gay people, am I wrong? Now, are all Muslims anti-democracy? And do all Muslims hate gays? No. But those who set the tone are and do. And that's why almost all Muslim countries are undemocratic.
Like, it's fine if you want to say it that way, but when you have videos saying, like, we should listen to the Palestinians, also here are 5 clips from Memory TV of just the craziest, fucking, most on-the-nose, hardline Palestinians, that's actually not representative. If you talk to Palestinians, even ones who support Hamas or sympathize with Hamas, if you actually ask them questions about their opinions on, like, death and murdering and all this shit, like, you will actually get answers that aren't quite the sensational, far-forward Mickey Mouse clip that you're looking for. So... no, you do actually generalize with extreme examples. Like, you do that. Like, yeah. And it's also just the lack of acknowledgement. There's a passage from Ben Ami that's really, really good at highlighting this, where he basically talks about especially like the Zionist right-wing tendency to have this obsession with making everything all about the 3,000 years of Jewish suffering. Okay, like Netanyahu is very a massive proponent of this, right? He loves the idea of like it's always Jews up against the wall fighting for their survival, and that's the centerpiece, and that's fine if you want to bring that up because obviously that's very real about Jewish history. But it's interesting that you've got like the Zionist narrative on that side is always it's 3,000 years. It's like an encyclopedic knowledge of 3,000 years of Jewish suffering, but a total amnesia for 75 years of any Palestinian suffering. Like, and that's a problem. It's a problem if you actually want to eventually accept that you are going to live in Palestine, historic Palestine, Israel-Palestine, in that area with millions of people who are from that group. And you're going to have to either make peace with them in the form of separation or in the form of annexation and coexistence. You're going to have to choose between one of those things. And either of those things will involve some level of reconciliation, which it doesn't seem like propagandists like Traveling Israel, which he is, are willing to try to humor. Like, they're just not willing to offer it. Isn't that the issue on both sides? Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. Like, I'd actually argue that on the Palestinian side, it's worse because they're the ones who don't have a state. They don't feel like they can do internal critique nearly as much as Israelis can. But it doesn't mean that the Israeli right or Israelis are not guilty of it too. But yeah, of course, I think for Palestinian narratives, I think it's worse. Yeah. Okay.
Why there is a high level of violence, and that's why of the worst countries in the world in which to be gay, the vast majority of them are...
Are we not allowed to do propaganda? Only the Pallies are allowed. Daffodils. I don't think propaganda is a good thing for either side to be doing. Like, this level of it, I don't think is a good thing for anyone because it's like an immovable object with an unstoppable force. I don't think it gets you anywhere in terms of, I think it's the opposite of what people need. Yeah. Just because I'm talking about an Israeli at this moment in time, as if I didn't spend the last 12 hours yesterday talking about a pro-Palestinian propagandist. Like, yeah, fuck. God. I really want to find this quote. I might just try and read it off stream while I react to this. Who knows?
Well, Muslim. Hasan Abi, do you disagree with me? Is what I just said dehumanizing? If so, let's set this challenge for ourselves. You have 10 times more followers than I do.
True.
How about I say to my followers, go to Jewish and Christian countries and communities, stand in the main square and say, I hate God and I'm gay, and the Bible and the New Testament are total nonsense. And you tell your followers to go to Muslim countries and societies and say the same.
Hassan's going to say you should try that in deep South evangelical country as a black gay trans person, you probably would run into trouble there. It's obviously not quite as widespread as doing it in a Muslim country. I think Hasan's cope there would just be it's because of imperialism or some shit.
I hate God, and I'm gay, and the Quran is total nonsense. I'm pretty sure that by the end of the challenge, I will have way more followers that are still alive than you will.
Jesus.
And you know that I'm right about that.
Damn.
Let's start with some history. The UN proposed the division of the land into a Jewish state and an Arab state. The Jews said yes, and the Arabs said no, and then started a war.
I have a feeling Zachary Foster's the kind of guy who's going to push back on this. He's going to say that actually they were secretly planning on doing the Nakba the entire time. Oh no. Uh-oh.
To eliminate the Jews.
Just a guess.
The morning
Maybe
after
wrong.
the partition plan, Palestinians attacked Abbas and murdered 5 Jews. This is how the war was started. They were offered a state. They said no and start murdering Jewish civilians.
Yeah, this is pure garbo. Is there even a dispute?
Oh, no.
I feel like to say that this was Arabs immediately fighting against Jews at this point out of nowhere is a lie by omission, right?
So I think they're going to hinge on the fact that the initial attack on those buses was actually a reprisal attack from a Irgun or some kind of like Jewish attack earlier. That's what it's going to be. That still doesn't stop the fact that that's when you would date the beginning of the war. Because even if you ignore that with the bus attacks, the involvement of the Irgun still came after the attacks from al-Husseini's men and the irregulars in Haifa. The Irgun did their first bombings in Haifa, but it was 4 days after irregulars were attacking Jewish communities in the same place. So you don't really win that argument, but just by mentioning the specificity of the bus attacks.
It's not like this started in 1948.
That's exactly correct. I think the basic problem with the story, again, is plucking out facts to distort history, which is to say that to pretend like that there wasn't already 20, 30 years of rejection, of resistance against Zionism, that Zionism, wasn't fundamentally a violent movement that sought to displace and depopulate the land, I think is sort of the history and the context that's being left out.
So this is just a ridiculous objection to... Okay. Yeah, that's the point. There was fighting. People realized that these two groups couldn't share the country. People realized that they could not share that country and live together as one state. They didn't want it. Even al-Husseini didn't want it. So their solution proposed by the UN was to partition the region. It was as Norman Finkelstein said, it was a pragmatic solution to a very complex problem. That's why they did that, yeah. And that's why the Jews said yes. Okay.
Here. And I think more importantly, what he does after, he basically says, and in the next minute, he says, well, you know what, like the Arabs started the war, so, it's their fault that there are 750,000 Palestinians, is a class at 750,000 Palestinian refugees. It's just a classic instance of victim blaming.
The last sentence is a good one. If you start a war to eliminate the Jews and you lose...
Where did Norman Finkelstein say that? It's his opening, I think, to the debate with Benny Morris and Stephen. Again, when it comes to solutions, Finkelstein is actually a lot more moderate than his rhetoric makes him out to be. There's a reason he doesn't talk that much anymore about one state or two states or refugees. There's a reason he doesn't talk about these things that much anymore. It's because he knows that he's cultivated an audience of maximalists who wouldn't like it that he says that.
You're not the victim. Every word I said here is true. The UN proposed the logical two-state solution. The Jews were not happy about it, but were willing to compromise and accepted it. The Arabs were not happy about it and were not willing to compromise and rejected it, and instead started to kill Jewish civilians.
And here's where I would ask Traveling Israel, you can say that, but let's not be kidding ourselves in assuming that this state, with your opinions, especially with Traveling Israel's opinions on the Arabs, to think that this state would have survived with a 45% Arab minority without massive discrimination or internal conflicts and deprivation of human rights and everything else that the Zionists would have felt like they had to do to preserve this fragile, discontiguous state. Like, you would have still had a bit of a fucking mess, right? Because again, the fact is that Zionism, in order to form that state, you had a problem in that there were people who lived there that were not compatible with you and they had to go. Like, that's how Zionism came to be. Like, it had to be that way. As Benny Morris said, transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. Like, I don't think as a Jewish state with 45% Arabs would have survived. I don't think it would have gone that way. I think the Ben-Gurion idea and the Jewish agency's idea to not give them citizenship and to have disloyal people deported probably would have been what they'd followed with. That's my guess, but you know. What would the demographic situation have been after the Holocaust people moved in? It probably would have shifted a good bit, but it still wouldn't have changed the fact that whilst that immigration is happening, and whilst that tension still exists, and whilst those borders and that security arrangement is being figured out, you've got that still substantial disloyal population that is going to be substantial in demographics for at least a few years. Yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't have been... I don't think there's any guarantee that it would have been like that much prettier than the 48 War, but you know. In any case, had the Arabs accepted and tried to build their state within their part of the partition plan with Jerusalem as an international city, it would have made the Zionists look a lot worse for doing what they did. But yeah, I think it would have been quite Lebanon-esque. Yeah, where they have the minority, they kind of talk about a national compromise, which in brackets just means second-class citizens. Yeah.
This is how the war started. 5 Jews were killed when Arab attacked a bus from Netanya to Jerusalem on the 30th of November 1948.
Yep.
I do agree with Hasan Abi that the Arabs didn't start being violent then. They had already
He's going to mention the revolt and the fucking Jerusalem riots. Oh no. Oh no, he took the bait.
Attack Jews as far back as 1920. Now, I'm saying that the Arabs were violent, and Hasan Abi is saying that the Jews embarked on displacing and depopulating the Arabs. Who should you believe? Me. And here is why. As I said in the video, I can give you the names of many Jewish settlements that were destroyed by Arabs' attacks before 1947. All Hasan Abi can say is that what I'm saying is pure garbo. He can't name one Arab village that was destroyed by Jews before the Arabs started the war to eliminate.
But, Mr. Israel, you do know that there were a few thousands of tenant farmers who were evicted from their land, quite often against their will. Like, dispossession was one of the things that made the Arabs very, very angry at the time. Like, that's what he's referring to. And I don't know, I feel like it would behoove someone like this to concede the problematic elements of Zionism. I feel like it would make him a lot more convincing as a propagandist, ironically. But that's just me. Yeah.
The Jews. Come on, Hasan Abi.
Come on.
I will give you another chance. Give me the name of one village that the Jews stole or destroyed from the Arabs. After that, they go on talking about the fact that Israel didn't allow the Arabs to return to their...
The fact that he's saying stole or destroyed is so tactical because he knows people bought land from foreign landowners and then the local tenant farmers who had no say in this were just thrown out. Like, yeah, okay. But okay. And then also largely economically excluded.
True. You don't let the people who started a war to eliminate you have another shot at doing the same thing again. But all this demonstrates the extent of their lack of understanding of that time period.
He made up a list of the destroyed villages. I think he was just talking about attacks, wasn't he? But why did he say destroyed? True. Kfar Saba, was that destroyed? These were where attacks happened. I don't think they were destroyed. Unless you count like a couple of houses being burned down, but okay. Kfar Saba, I went there. So that, I mean, okay.
Understanding of that time period in general. After World War II, many new states were created. Israel, East Germany, West Germany, Jordan, the 2 Koreas, India, Pakistan, and the borders of Eastern European countries changed too. Tens of millions of people were displaced as a result of war and new borders. 14 million Muslims and Hindus were forced to leave their homes in 1947 and 1948. Millions died in the process. About the same number of Germans had to leave the Eastern territories. And more than
Is this the quote? I think it might be this quote. If it's not, it's close enough. But there's one passage in here from Ben-Ami that's so good for illustrating the problem. But here he says, an Israeli leader has yet to emerge to genuinely commiserate on, let alone admit Israel's share of responsibility for the Palestinian tragedy of dispossession and exile. Israel owes its existence to the Jews' extraordinary memory of history. It now relies on the Palestinians forgetting theirs. This compulsive ignorance of the givens of human nature greatly contributed to making the Israeli-Palestinian dispute such a desperately protracted conflict. Israel's moral abdication and her complete insouciance, okay, whatever that word is, a failure of imagination to conceive the suffering of the other, so typical otherwise of bitter national conflicts that tend always to metamorphose into a story of complete competitive victimhood, are common to both the right and the left. We, who incessantly fight for the retrieval of Jewish property confiscated by the Nazis and other executioners of the Jewish people, created through the 1950 Absentees Property Law a legal instrument to take possession of the movable and immovable property belonging to Palestinian refugees across the state. At Camp David and after, we adamantly rejected the Palestinians' demand that compensation for the refugees be drawn from such properties. This is like the irony that these groups, like was it Naharat Shimon and Shimon Hatzadik, like the people in Sheikh Jarrah who believed themselves entitled to reclaim land that they had lost from the Jordanians in the 48 war, but Palestinians asking for the same thing and having a General Assembly resolution behind it makes them the most privileged refugees on earth. I just think that's such a baffling logic to me. The fact that people are coming to me after that meeting with Nabil Al-Kurd, even though a lot of what he says I think is nonsense, like his whole conspiracy theory about why the court case went in that way, I don't believe that. I think it's bullshit. But at the end of the day, the fact that you had so many Israelis coming to me and being like, listen, that land was bought fair and square and he's squatting on it. And I'm like, because of what? A 1895 Ottoman document. Bro, like, do you understand, like, who else makes that argument? What was his theory? His theory was that the Ottoman documents were fake, that the Jewish organization, the Mizrahi organization from the 1800s, never actually owned the land, and that there were no houses there in the entire area. It was all just olive trees, and that the only reason people believed that it was a genuine land document was because they brainwashed the courts. Like, yeah, it's just nonsense. He just denies that it existed because, unfortunately for him, is he can't see the idea that that document is real because Ottoman documents are also the foundation for the right of return as well, right? It's people with these old keys and the old documents saying, hey, I used to live in this village. Yeah, so I can see why he doesn't want to concede it, but it's, yeah. The true and base theory is that when land is exchanged like this and populations are exchanged in a war, the best thing to do is get someone settled into a state where they feel more or less comfortable and where they can have their cultural values upheld and all that as quickly and as easily as possible. Not to autistically obsess with going right back to the exact village of your grandparents or whatever was property deed that you had over 100 years ago. Because then, you just end up in a bit of a mess. But okay, that's my position anyway.
Million Germans died while being evacuated after the war. Same story in the Balkans. None of the tens of millions of people who were forced to leave their homes between 1945 to 1949 as a result of wars and the creation of nation-states were allowed to move back. Only the Arabs of Palestine have this fantasy of return. It is an illusion, and it has been an illusion right from the start.
See, why does he say this when Israel does this in the West Bank, in properties and land that was lost in the 48 war to the Jordanians? Why does he say that? Like, okay. That's fucking mental. Maybe he opposes it? I don't know.
The world doesn't work that way, like it or not. You can't just start a war and when it turns out that you are going to lose, instead of accepting it, you want to turn back time and get your villages back. And who is fueling all this? The UN.
Ooh.
Did you know that the UN has two agencies for it?
Queers for Palestine. What is the... Hang on. Hamas piker interrupts parents of October 7th hostage to do on-the-ground Twitter journalism. Didn't we already watch this? Or is this different? Fuck!
Atlases, globes, maps, and National Geographic magazines. On October 7th, Hirsch and his best friend Honor went to a music festival in the south
Imagine
of
not
Israel.
watching the entire stream.
It was advertised
Well, we have
as
to do it again?
celebrating
Okay, fine.
peace, love.
Fuck it,
Bro,
let's do
that's
it.
crazy. That's crazy that the uncommitted movement, once again, making an incredibly modest proposal to have a vetted Palestinian speaker give a vetted speech, and it's always, of course, not happening. It's falling on fucking deaf ears. Ta-Nehisi quotes on the uncommitted movement. As of day 3 of the DNC, the Palestinian permission to narrate was still under consideration. The Democratic Party absolutely cannot maintain this apartheid structure in terms of like literally only having Israeli victims.
An apartheid
and
structure. Okay. It's like the same energy as that campus protester calling her food delivery humanitarian aid. I don't know. Humanitarian aid, food deliveries. Sorry. Okay, yeah, I'll say it again. Why not? Why do you want this? I don't understand. If the uncommitted movement and people like Hasan and all that whole gang, the protesters, if you've spent the last year saying that Israel is Nazi Germany 2.0, that the IDF are the modern SS, that it's a genocide happening in Gaza, and that the Democratic Party are enabling and supporting it with arms, why would you want a vetted Palestinian speaker to talk at the DNC? Why would you want that? It's kind of like, again, like the supporters, these are your words, okay? You spend the year saying this is a genocidal state being supported by the United States, and you want a Palestinian, a victim of the genocidal state, to go and speak at the DNC. That's kind of like, yeah, it's like the same as someone getting upset that there's no Jewish speaker allowed to do a vetted speech at the Reichstag. If you view the world that way, that's what you get. Like, you did that. That's your fault. Yes. Shit. That's your fault. Because if any vetted Palestinian speaks at the DNC, that talk that they give is going to be everything that you hate. It's going to be 2 states, internal critique, condemnation of Hamas, bring the hostages back. There needs to be a ceasefire, but it needs to be bilateral, and we can never have October 7th again. Like, yeah, you would not like that speech. I don't know why. It's such a weird double thing. I don't know. Stupid. Maybe someone wanted me to do that, react in the segment. I don't know, whatever. Okay, sorry. Fuck.
To turn back time and get your villages back. And who is fueling all this? The UN. Did you know that the UN has 2 agencies for refugees? One for hundreds of millions of refugees all over the world, and another one called UNRWA, which is only for the most privileged refugees on earth, the Palestinians.
That's... Go ahead.
Well, one thing I would point out here is that this refugee agency, UNRWA, was established in the aftermath of shortly after World War II, when the Jews faced persecution by Nazi Germany, and millions of Jews perished. And I think one of the reasons, by the way,
this is why I like the Ben Ami quote. Okay, this whole thing here. The where's the quote again? The failure of imagination to conceive the suffering of the other. If you want to make the point that permanent refugeedom, even if you get a Jordanian passport or you live in America or you go to Europe, like that's stupid, okay? That's very stupid. But calling them the most privileged refugees when you literally have like hundreds of thousands of them living in slums in fucking Lebanon and in Syria, where they can literally see the fucking bullet holes in the buildings from when people they knew or when people their parents knew were massacred by Christian militias and shit like that. Like, come on. Do you realize how much of a cunt you sound when you say the most privileged refugees? Like, you understand you sound like a cunt. Like, you're not making your point. You're not getting your point across when you talk like that. You sound like a fucking retard, but okay, yeah. You sound like a sociopath.
Why the UN and the United States at the time never really said much.
Just engage with the issue. You know, actually, that the Arab position on refugees actually hurts refugees as well. Like the fact that the Lebanese basically and the Syrians, all that these governments don't want to assimilate and give citizenship to refugees, actually, in part because they say that they still have their back and they want to keep the right of return alive. That actually hurts them as well. That fucks them over. But by calling that a privilege, it's not a privilege. You think Lebanese, like in Palestinian refugees, it's not a fucking privilege that they can't get citizenship, okay? Like they need citizenship somewhere. They need to become equal citizens somewhere where they can actually start a family and build up a life and not be accused of normalization whilst they do it. Like the lack of empathy is so fucking gross when people do that. Oh, God.
About the creation of the Palestinian refugees. There were even like New York Times columnists on the ground in Palestine that were reporting on what was happening. And the New York Times chose not to publish some of those articles. There was essentially, I think, owing to Holocaust guilt and owing to guilt on the part of Americans and Europeans.
And this means that the refugee status is used as a weapon against Israel. Wow, really? Is that not what I just fucking said? What it doesn't mean is that the refugees themselves, the literal fucking human beings, are privileged, okay? This is not privilege, okay? This is not what privilege looks like. We say the most privileged refugees. You sound like a fucking retard when you say that. That line, okay? That line needs to get fucking buried, okay? If you're like an Israeli advocate, that line needs to go to hell, okay? It's actually not a privilege to have your grandparents kicked out of their fucking country, of their homes. Most likely they were civilians when it happened. By Israelis, okay? And then to end up in this place, to get weaponized by the political leaders of their host countries and by the PLO and every other cunt, and then also to live there with no human rights, to get victims of all kinds of like scams. You know, one really popular scam in Lebanon was for people to befriend these refugees, sometimes for years, to earn their trust and basically make them feel like they have a sense of security with them, that they can that they could potentially go through these locals to buy houses. Because if you wanted to buy a house as a Palestinian refugee, you have to do it through someone else, like through a marriage or like some kind of like guarantor. But that means you have to give them your money. And sometimes these people would convince refugees in these camps to give them their life savings and then just disappear. So they're fucking broke, and then they go outside and they can still see the bullet holes in the fucking buildings from when they were attacked in the fucking Civil War. Oh, God. In several massacres, one of which actually the Israelis let happen. Because Sharon lied to his government about what the phalangists were up to and what they were thinking, lied about the number of militants in the camp, and allowed the IDF to come in there, shoot up flares, and block the exits so that the fucking phalangist nutcases could mow down, like, between, like, what, like, up to 1,000, 2,000 people. Only to find out later that basically all of them were civilians. You know, gosh, golly, privileged. I'm just saying. Anyone who says they are the most privileged refugees, okay, that person is scum, okay? I'm just saying.
There was desire not to speak out against what the Zionists had done to Palestinians in 1948, and also kind of give Palestinians sort of maybe some extra special treatment in the UN. That's an argument made by Ilan Pappé recently. So, you know, it's like, well, you're kind of leaving out a lot of important facts to the story.
What did he just say? I really admire their ability to talk without actually saying anything.
Bro, what did he say?
There was essentially, I think, owing to Holocaust guilt and owing to guilt on the part of Americans and Europeans, there was desire not to speak out against what the Zionists had done to Palestinians in 1948, and also kind of give Palestinians sort of maybe some extra special treatment in the UN. That's an argument made by Ilan Pappé recently. So, you know, it's like, Well, you're not. You're kind of leaving out a lot of important facts to the story.
What did he just say?
So Holocaust guilt means that the West gives special preference to Israel. Okay.
I really admire their ability to talk without actually saying anything. I point out that there are 2 refugee agencies in the UN. One for all the refugees in the world, and one called UNRWA that is only for the Palestinians. Is that true or not? It is a very simple thing to check. I will throw in an interesting fact here. The definition of a refugee, a regular, not Palestinian refugee, stays a refugee until he settles down. When it comes to the privileged Palestinian refugees, the fact is that they pass the title of refugees to their children and grandchildren. This is why there are more Palestinian refugees.
Every time he says it, bro, like I hate this guy so much.
Is every year. And for some reason, this definition...
Hello?
Hello?
Why?
Why do you make that sound every time it joins your channel on stream?
What?
The,
Oh, I don't know. Because I'm autistic?
Okay, fair enough. Anyway,
Why have you called yourself asylum seeker?
Because apparently in the UK, every brown person is an asylum seeker.
Based.
Alright, anyway. So I wanted to actually ask about this. Do you think the reason Palestinians have their own like refugee, like taking care of refugee system, like the UNRWA organization taking care of them, mainly because they don't have the option of being like accepted as citizens in the countries they're refugees in?
It's partly to do with the timing of when UNRWA was formed, but I think it's also because the Arab states, didn't they agree to this resolution in the 1950s that basically said that they wouldn't resettle refugees?
Yeah, of course. They, yeah, I'm aware of that.
But I don't know the technicalities of why UNRWA stayed for Palestinians, but not for other refugee groups. No.
Well, the other, someone else said the other like group that takes care of other refugees, apparently UNCRHA or something. I don't know what the fuck it's called. Anyway, do refugees through that organization get resettled in the new countries that they like seek asylum in?
I'm pretty sure they do. Like if you're a Syrian refugee and you come to the UK and you get your refugee status, then yeah, you'd become like a citizen eventually, or a path to citizenship. Yeah.
Okay, so for the Palestinians who are still under UNRWA are ones that aren't citizens of countries.
Well, I think the way it works with UNRWA is that even if you have citizenship in another country, you're still on the UNRWA list. Like you can be on an UNRWA list and have a Jordanian passport or an American passport, and even your kid can inherit the UNRWA thing.
What is the benefit of staying on the UNRWA list if you're a citizen of a country?
To keep the refugee number nice and big.
So it's
I think.
Well, okay. Does it benefit the Palestinians themselves? Like other than politics?
No. That's why it's stupid to call them privileged. Yeah.
Why are people bitching about it that they're under a different organization? All I gotta say, Israel prevented me from the privilege of being a refugee, and that's another reason to hate Israel. Let's go.
Well, apparently, it depends on where you are, right? But if you're like with UNRWA, you would. They obviously in Gaza, West Bank, like they take care of your welfare, right? Education and shit. Like that's part of the reason for them being really well educated is because of UNRWA, right?
Well, is education a privilege now? I guess it is.
No, I don't think it's a privilege. I mean,
it should be a right, right?
Yeah, it's a right. Yeah. I'm just wondering, like, but yeah, that's why it's stupid to call them privileged refugees. It just means that like other refugees don't get to inherit the status in the same way that Palestinians do. But that's not really like in this context. It's not a privilege. It's just like it's confusing the political issue, which is the Palestinian refugee thing with like the 7 million thing, which is a political problem. Like it's a stupid system, but it's confusing that with the refugees themselves, which is stupid. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's a privilege. I think if you ask any Palestinian, would they rather be a part of UNRWA or a citizen of a country, they would say citizen of a country, right?
Yeah, I don't actually know what the average Palestinian refugee's opinion, say like in the West Bank or Gaza is, because I remember meeting one guy. There was one guy who was very adamant that he wanted to go back to Lud, right? He's to the point that I was like, so like, what if like the West Bank became a state and it was like only you could go back to Lod? Like you just go there, you leave all your friends and family behind, and you're just going to live in this like majority Jewish city or neighborhood. And he's just like, yeah, I'd go and live with them. People kept asking why, like, why the fuck do you care so much about it? But I think to him it was like, because that's where my grandparents came from, you know? And I think that's the whole thing, is like familial origins is a big important thing.
By the way, this is going to differ from person to person. I've met many Palestinians who live in the like 48 area and are like so basically Israel. That if you would ask them, oh, okay, so if you lose your rights in Israel and you are basically like a fucking like someone who is a refugee within the country, you don't have rights anymore. You can't vote. You can't go to medical care. Well, would you stay? Majority of them said yes, but plenty of them, even with the not plenty, but like a few I have met, even with the rights they have, they say they want to find an opportunity to leave the country. So there is gonna like change on an individual basis, but the majority I see, they have like Kai. They want to like they have like a connection with the land that they want to keep, which is what's it called for my family, for example. Even going through something difficult recently, a lot of them said this is a part of the process where they want us to not like live in here, so they want us to move, but we're not moving. And even during, like I've heard them say, even if a war full on starts in Israel where Iran invades, they're not leaving.
Wow.
So.
Okay. Sundowner says that you're full of shit, and so am I, and he wants to kill himself. How does that make you feel?
Sundowner, you can't even play Minecraft correctly. Don't talk.
Based. Okay. I'll speak to you soon, okay?
Yeah. Just make sure to let people know that Israel prevented me from the privilege of being a refugee, and that's another reason to hate Israel.
Okay. Bye-bye. Hello.
Hey.
Whoa, you're muffled and a bit quiet.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's better?
No. Still muffled.
Ah, shit. Don't worry. How about this?
Okay, the volume was fine. The volume's fine, okay, but you're very muffled. What are you using?
A Rode microphone, but I put some headphones on it.
A Rode microphone?
Yeah.
So it should be sounding not like that.
Yeah.
Have you wrapped it in 17 blankets? Because you should take those off.
I wrapped it in like a piece of tangible, but I moved it already.
Yeah, that's crazy. I definitely know what you're saying right now.
What do you mean? You don't know what a tangible is?
I have no... Okay, you need to go into your audio settings in Discord and fix up whatever's going on, and then come back later. I don't know what to do.
Hold up. Wait. How about this?
What did you change?
I just changed input sensitivity from automatic to not automatic.
Okay, whatever the problem is, it's more complex than that, but that sounds a tiny bit better.
Okay, hold on. How about this? No, wait, this?
Are you sure it's your Rode mic? Because it sounds like you're using like a webcam mic or a laptop mic or something. Yeah, it doesn't sound like your Rode mic. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a dedicated microphone. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you checking your voice settings, like your input device? Whoa! Something changed.
Yes. Is this better? No?
It's still the same.
But, wait, you said this is my webcam.
What's that? That's a different mic.
This one is better?
No, it changes for a second, then it goes back.
Oh, God.
Do you have like cables crossing over? I don't even know which cables there would be involved.
Oh my God, you're so patient. Thank you so much. Hold on.
I'm not patient, okay? I'm getting incredibly agitated right now.
I'm sorry.
Do you see Traveling Israel's face on the screen right now? That's how I feel, okay?
Hold on.
That's my angry face.
How about this?
It's still the same. Oh no. Listen, maybe if you were a Palestinian refugee, okay, and you were more privileged, you'd have a better microphone. I'm just saying.
Oh my God. Okay.
Oh, that's it. You did it. Yes, thank God. That's better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Amazing. Okay.
All right. What's your story?
Hey.
Hey.
Oh shit. Wait. Okay. So, wait. I can't hear you. I think.
How about now?
Ah. Okay. So I have a lot of things to say. So I know you hate him, Owen, and he is hateful, for sure. He's annoying as fuck and really like, yes. However, everything that he's saying is true. I do agree with you about the insensitivity when he says the most privileged refugees in the world. It sounds super insensitive and kind of like hand waving the suffering of basically the people in Gaza, for example. I get it. But, and I wouldn't use that term, but everything that he says is right. It's like, and I want to distinguish between the people themselves, the refugees themselves, the Palestinian, and the Palestinian like agenda or narrative, because I do think that the perpetual refugee status of the Palestinians have been used also to their own detriment, yes, has been used as a weapon to delegitimize Israel since the 60s, I think. When did UNRWA when was UNRWA started? No,
UNRWA was straight
49.
they were straight from the 48 war, but I think the Arabs initially rejected it. I don't know why, but the Arab states, they initially had a problem with it. I think it was the notion of like, because it sounded like they would be legitimizing Israel to be the country that would be taking the refugees back, but yeah, it's from the 48 war. It's like 48, 49.
Yeah, so you see what I'm saying? Like you said that yourself, like almost, when you said Syria and Lebanon don't agree to give them a citizenship because they want to, because if they do, then they cannot basically delegitimize Israel anymore, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So like I think this is where Oren is coming from, traveling Israel.
No, I know where he's coming from. That's not news to me. It's just that like I was specifically having a go at using that term, the most privileged refugees. Like if you're gonna use that word, like you expect anyone who doesn't already agree with you to think you're a fucking retard. Yeah.
I mean, the anti-Israel side has been using buzzwords as well. You know what I mean? So I mean, okay, that's not an argument for anything. No, you're correct. I don't like the most privileged refugees ever talking point either. But I do want to say, I think, yeah, earlier you were talking about how he's a propagandist.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I think you already know the Israeli term hasbara. Yeah, and you already know what this literally means.
Explanation?
Yes, explaining. Yeah. So to be honest, like lately, I started thinking, I'm Israeli, by the way, if someone doesn't know. So I started thinking, maybe we should do propaganda. Maybe we should start doing actually active propaganda instead of being in a defensive position all the time where we have to explain ourselves all the time. Because the other side has a very they're on the offensive, not on the defensive. So the other side has a weaponized narrative. And when I say the other side, I don't mean the actual Palestinian refugees who are suffering and, they need to be, like, we need to find a solution for the people themselves. But what I mean is that if you and me agree that the status has been weaponized against Israel to basically not make it not exist anymore, then maybe you can also agree with me about how the Palestinian narrative is on the offensive and has been used for years to delegitimize Israel, and they are not on the defense. You know what I mean? Hi, Sev.
Yeah, so the one thing I'll say to that is, and this is just from my own experience, is that the problem I have with like people saying that like Israel needs to like up its game in terms of Hasbara and propaganda is that the approach I hear from people like Traveling Israel and the going on the offensive, that's never going to play on the world stage, because the fact is that this is no longer a situation like the 60s or 70s that you can make it look like you're the only outpost of democracy in the Middle East where you're surrounded by a bunch of Soviet-backed armed to the teeth countries that want to destroy you, right? Now, however difficult the war actually is, it looks like F-35s bombing people with Kalashnikovs in tunnels in civilian clothes, right? It looks like that's what it looks like. So I think the fact is that to me, the best advocates for Israel are the ones who hold Israel accountable. That's at least my position, because I was never going to get moved on any position I had. I was never going to get moved on any position by people like this, right? I was moved on my positions, because they used to be a lot more like leftist than they are now, by people like Benny Morris and people like I don't even know, like people like or writers for Haaretz, because I realized that like these are people that I would read to learn critiques of Israel from an Israeli perspective, and then that's the foot in the door to hear other things like, oh, here's like about the actual thing about the partition plan, or here's why the 6-day war was not just some random act of aggression out of nowhere. And then I'm like, oh, okay, but that's where I come from anyway. Like I think advocating through accountability is much more, and empathy is a lot more like effective than this like.
But why do we need to do
shit.
that? Okay. First of all, yes, I get what you're saying, but let's take into account that Israelis are the first to criticize our own government and the IDF. Like, we are the first to complain about the government. Also, wait, hold on.
I agree with you about the government, not the IDF. Israelis have a really tough time criticizing the IDF. Like, it's like I've seen the only people who criticize the IDF in Israel are like super far leftists that I even don't like talking about. Everyone else.
Sev, do you remember right after the 7th of October, the head of Amman, I don't know how to say that in English, like the Israeli like security intelligence entity, he resigned. Like, this was very soon after October 7th. He resigned on his own.
It's not the
and
army.
Took accountability, and it is.
Well, that's accountability. That's accountability for a security failure that affected Israelis, though, right? That's not like
exactly.
If we were talking about holding the IDF accountable, we'd be talking about like I think something people complain about even from the Israeli left, right, is the lack of accountability when it comes to the IDF being excessive or committing crimes against Palestinians. Like, that would probably be because it's easy to.
But we are doing that already.
How?
But we're doing that already. What do you mean? In Haaretz, for example, like journalists also. Whenever there is a failure, for example, the mistake that we bombed, like the kitchen thing.
Mm-hmm.
The kitchen aid thing. I don't know. Then we were investigating this. Like the IDF investigates its own people.
Okay.
Like for like generations. Like for you know.
Daph, I will ask you, and this is like straight up because I see this. It's a pattern. Do Israelis ever investigate an issue where a Palestinian was shot or killed when it doesn't make headlines all over the world?
I don't know how to answer that. I don't know. That's a bit of a tough question to answer with certainty. You know what I mean?
Well,
like you're asking kind of a rhetorical question. Like
it's not a rhetorical question because
research this right now.
I mean, well, that's it sounds like the point you're making is similar to what I was saying anyway. Like when you talk about Haaretz and all these organizations calling out like the IDF excesses and atrocities. Like that's what I think that is actually like ironically the best advocacy, because like you're always going to get perceived between you and the Palestinians. You're always going to get perceived as the greater power in the region. Like this narrative about 7 fronts in Iran and all that shit. Like the world doesn't understand that. They're never going to. But what you said about like Haaretz calling out like excess and things like that, yeah, I think that's the best way to do it to me. Like I think being able to do that and being able to cede ground when the facts are like not always on Israel's side, I think that's fine to do. And I think doing that makes it a lot easier to like pay attention to the times when the facts are actually on Israel's side. So that's my own position. Yeah.
By the way,
I get what you're saying, but
okay, I was gonna say you're technically disagreeing with Haaretz because you're saying why should we like hold the accountability or like criticize
No, she's saying that
ourselves?
they do it. Like
No.
No,
I'm
but
saying we do it, and I agree with doing that. I agree with what we're doing. I agree with taking
you
accountability.
said the opposite
100%.
ago.
I'm not saying that we should not investigate our own. That's not what my point. My point is that when we Israelis are standing in front of the world and want to make them believe us, basically, what I'm saying is that I personally don't think that we need to first preface this with an apology or with, "Hey, we are good Jews. We're taking accountability for our actions." So we already started no, like why? You know, if you have your own righteousness and you know that you are right, and you know that you're already investigating your stuff, you know that you're already righteous within your own community, that when there is a crime that you do take accountability. But when you're facing the world, why do you need to start with an apology and to prove that you're like a good Jew? That's what I don't get. That's what I'm against, you know?
I'll say to you right now that a lot of the criticism comes from the average person towards Israel is a bunch of bullshit. I agree with that. But there is genuine criticism that I bring up to fucking Israelis that they fucking brush aside and they don't want to talk about it. They
Wait,
don't.
Sav, aren't you Israeli?
Yes.
Then why are you saying like when I talk to Israeli, you're an Israeli?
Yeah, because I live with Israelis and they're called Israelis, so I say Israelis.
No, you are Israel. Wait, but you are Israeli.
I'm an Israeli
like,
citizen.
You have
yes.
Yes, so you are Israeli, no?
What would you call Israelis if you don't? If just because I'm Israeli, I'm not gonna say Israelis. What's your point?
No, because I'm Israeli. I don't say when I talk to Israelis like no. When I would say when I talk to fellow Israelis or something like that. Like
Well, I'm sorry.
You know,
fellow...
I don't portray it as if it's I'm a different thing than Israelis. You know what I mean?
Well, do you not?
Like,
Wait, sorry. Do
Israeli.
you not think as a Palestinian Israeli, do you not think Seb would have a reason to maybe feel a little bit less part of the club than a Jewish Israeli? Just a little bit.
100%, of course.
Yeah,
I
okay.
agree.
Yeah, so of course it's a
so
that,
I'm gonna say Israelis.
I just
hold on. No, I genuinely sometimes don't feel a part of the country, mainly because recently I'm not sure if I told you about. Hold on. But this is a different thing as well. Have you heard about what Abdim Biyachad are doing at DAF?
Ovdim Beyachad?
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard of that.
So
but it sounds like
it's a peace organization for both Palestinians and Israelis. They basically cooperated with a bunch of Arab towns, and it started only with al-Fahim at first, to gather aid because Israel allowed it for Palestinians inside of Israel to legally donate aid to Gazans. They allowed it.
Yes.
And
yes.
I guess Israelis didn't think it would turn as big as it was as it is now, where almost every single town in Israel that's an Arab town has accumulated over like millions of dollars worth of aid from each town. Like each town has accumulated millions of dollars of aid from
amazing.
And working with. Do you know what most of the reaction from Israelis were? Well, not most Israelis. I would say a sizable chunk of Israelis. Fifth column.
When you say that,
traders,
you mean the media.
Not just the media. Like,
otherwise, how would you know?
Individuals, like because we've seen protests against it.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah, I didn't know. Yeah. What was it? Just the reaction.
The reaction was fifth column traitors. They should have their citizenship revoked. Do you not remember October 7th? I feel like Israelis were pleasantly surprised that we didn't contribute to that massive terror attack. But then once they realize our sympathies are still with Gazans, not just people who like died on October 7th, they immediately went back to hating us the way they did.
Look,
so like, how the fuck can I feel a part of a country like that just because my sympathy are with both?
I get what you're saying, and me and you talked about this, right? I understand why you don't feel part of the country, and about this specific thing that you just said, I know that it was really sensitive right after October 7th for Arab Israelis. I mean, my family works like in a team with Arab Israelis, some Muslims, some Druze, like in the north, you know, and some of the team members like really felt super uncomfortable, or I know that Arab Israelis were scared even to go to work. Like,
yeah, no,
I understand you. I
after-
totally understand you. On the other hand, when you say like they treat us like a fifth column, Sev, you literally just said when I talk to Israelis, like you yourself don't consider yourself part of it, and then you complain that other people don't consider you part
let
of
me
it. You
just
know what
tell
I mean?
An Israeli can do something horrendous compared to what I'm doing, and he'll still be treated as a fellow Israeli. I can just go volunteer for 4 hours because we want to send aid to Gaza. I'll get treated like a traitor to the country. That is the difference.
Yes.
And I am not
Yes.
gonna feel belonging to those type of people. And this isn't this is after the fact of being treated like that I'm speaking like this. I do differ between me and Israeli Jews because they have treated me differently the entire time I've been alive. They've treated my family entirely different the entire time we've been alive. So no, it doesn't start with us just because we spoke away. It started with how the society treats us. You can't like wrap it around to say, oh, you the minority have to start. No, the minority feels accepted when the majority makes them feel accepted. Like they can't, like
Look,
the minority can't put in effort when the majority doesn't want that effort being put in.
Wait. First of all, I'm not. I mean, I understand your pain. I really do. I mean, and you know that I do because we talked before between you and me. I agree with you 100%. I understand why you feel the way you do, but I'm trying to explain to you, like from the other side, like not specifically my own personal side, okay, but from the other side, like you can't be all like, you know, naive about it. We're like, when you're like, I don't understand why they treat me like this. I mean, you
why?
yourself say that you identify more as a Palestinian. I mean, you said I'm
my
more of a
culture.
Palestinian than an Israeli. Wait. You say I'm more of a Palestinian than an Israeli. Well, we are right now in a war, not just with Hamas. Let's not be naive, okay? We're in a war between us and Palestine. Okay, we still have terror attacks from the West Bank and even from within Israel, I believe. Like there was just wasn't there like a suicide bomber in Tel Aviv recently?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. You said that you identify more as a Palestinian, and then you don't understand why they treat you differently when we are literally in a war with Palestinians. You know what I mean?
Just so you know, to a Western individual, they will top that up to racism. Just so you know. So I understand where you're coming from because I live in Israel. But a Western person would not hear what you just said and think, "Oh, that's not." They'll think that you're profiling. You're just being racist.
Fine, they can think that I'm racist because they didn't live in a country where we are literally scared to go on the bus because it can explode. Well, they can think whatever the fuck they want to think. You know what I mean?
Have you thought that Arabs don't get on the bus and sometimes, hey, there's a chance that it explodes?
But honey, I agree with you. October 7th, Hamas didn't give a shit if you're Muslim or Jewish or Christian.
Let me continue my explanation here. Why, if we're ostracized for other people doing their action because we're the same ethnicity as them, why are people who actually do the actions that are disgusting as breaking into a prison because soldiers were arrested for rape to free those soldiers not ostracized themselves, not even their ethnicity, themselves not ostracized? They're still treated like regular individuals in the fucking country. No one remembers their name.
That's not true, though.
Come on, what do you mean that's not true?
You mean the protesters? The protesters in that.
All the protesters when they broke into them.
Yeah. You mean they're not ostracized? Oh, I believe they were. Also, one thing that people don't understand is that. Do you remember that horrible? Fuck, I don't remember his name. It was a child, literally a child, Palestinian child from the West Bank area that was kidnapped by settlers and burned alive.
Okay.
Do you remember that? So
this is Abu Khter, right? We met his parents.
Yeah, you met his parents.
Yeah.
You did?
I haven't had the privilege. So.
Oh my god. That was fucking I'm crying right now. Like that was fucking horrible. And I remember when this happened, Israeli society was at an uproar. Like we were like
Yeah, no, I agree
flat
with you.
out condemning this. Like, this is not us.
Listen.
No, these settlers are horrible people. This is not acceptable. Like,
Okay.
all of Israeli society was condemning this flat out 100%. Like, there is no justification for the shit. Okay?
I hate to say this, but I don't want to say this because it's like fucking debate pedophile shit. You are strawmanning me right now. If you're taking one of the worst possible like scenarios and say that Israelis.
Oh no.
Yeah, I agree. Like,
I get
hey,
it.
listen, there's a huge. Hold on. There's a huge difference between select settlers who kidnapped and tortured and fucking murdered a person to be ostracized, and like maybe I don't know, 3 of them. Was it 3 of them that kidnapped him, Loner?
Yeah.
And they were ostracized, and they were probably punished because put in prison. What ostracized mean isn't just being punished for it. It's they are not treated as like non-Israelis after the fact when they're punished. Like after they're still treated like Israelis. For us, other people, not us, other people who are a part of our ethnic group commit crime, and we're treated like we are like a ticking time bomb that we're gonna commit crime too.
I mean, but
for the
yes,
Israelis, hold on.
Weren't there terror attacks coming from your town?
No, terror attacks from my town.
Oh no! Don't tell Sundowner. The Kfar Qasemoids. No. Oh shit!
I've looked into this. There was only one incident where there was one guy who it wasn't the terrorist attack. He was the getaway driver. Well, I'm not sure if he was a getaway driver because I never like finished looking into it. But it was found out that he's the one that like the taxi driver that got the terrorist attack, the terrorist to the place he committed that attack. That's the only thing I found.
Okay, I get it. Great.
And other
First of all, you know what I feel about Kfar Qasim and the massacre, right? But that's besides the point. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that it is not unheard of that from towns of that from. Wait, are you talking to me?
No, Esther saying October riots. What October riots? Most of us were like stayed within our village.
Did I say October right?
No.
Someone in chat saying it. He's getting one guide. Anyway, sorry. No, I want to fast forward this conversation.
I'm not a streamer, motherfucker.
It seems like if we're talking about fucking. It seems like if you're talking about fifth columns and who to worry about in terms of. I think when you're talking about like that kind of like questioning about Sev saying I talk to Israelis as if they're like something different from what he is. I can understand why an Israeli might see that as kind of like a red flag in terms of like they don't really know if that might be a sign of like I don't know, like they want to go against they want to like take the Palestinian cause to Israel and be violent or whatever. But at the end of the day, something that might
they do.
Yeah, I know they do. Right, but some of them do. And the point is that but I'd imagine most Palestinian Israelis who call themselves Palestinian are probably not going to do that, right? So what I would say is that
obviously,
it seems like
most people,
Yeah. So the way I see it is that like there's a difference between a red flag and something that might give you like an understandable response, but that is something that only like how do I put this? There's a difference between the red flag and the thing that the red flag is supposed to be warning you of, and if you react to like something that small in that way, then I think the kind of risk that you play is that you're almost like I put it this way: if I was like an Israeli Palestinian and I said that, and someone was like, "Wait, what do you mean that you're not? What do you mean Israeli? Are you not an Israeli? Why are you saying it in that way?" Then I would feel othered, and then that might reinforce my feelings of like red flagness around people who question me about my like fifth columnist potential. So the problem is that I feel like, especially in Israel, there are bigger things to be fucked off about, especially given that like there are people who would never be questioned as fellow Israelis, like, you know, Ben Gvir and all these like criminal fucks who are like bringing people to the Temple Mount and like starting riots and shit like that, but they still get to be Israelis. I feel like when it comes to fifth column, I don't know, I would personally be like wanting to let a reaction like that just kind of like internalize and then just go away, you know, because do you know what I'm trying to say? Like,
I understand what you're trying to say.
No.
I want to ask Daph, just so you understand from this sentence or this question. If an Israeli Jew said the same sentence I did, said Israelis, not fellow Israelis, would have you asked him anything about it?
Yes, I would be like, what?
Really?
Wait, what? Yes, of course. It sounds weird.
There's so many Israeli Jews that say Israelis, and I never hear anyone questioning it. Like what?
I'm just saying if a Palestinian person says if a Palestinian starts in Israel talks about themselves in a way that sounds like they're othering themselves and Palestinians just because of a turn of phrase, I feel like you'd want to ask one or two more questions before making like a judgment about it, because an emotional reaction like that might not mean anything.
Also, Def. I don't hold much value into nationality, and that might be why I told you that I feel more Palestinian than I do Israeli, because ethnically I'm Palestinian and nationally I'm Israeli. That's why I would feel more Palestinian than Israeli, because I don't care about nationality.
Yeah, but I was asking you about your identity.
If I belong more to Palestinians than I do Israelis, yeah, of course I feel more belonging to Palestinians. I speak their language, I live their customs. It's pretty normal.
That's fair. It's okay. It's okay. All I'm saying is that why are you so surprised when we are literally in a war with Palestinians that people treat you that people are suspicious about you? Like you don't speak Hebrew, Sev. You know what I mean?
I speak Hebrew enough to converse on a basic level, yeah. So, but did you realize I'm an exception in my town and not speaking Hebrew, right?
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that.
I
only know. I know mostly in the north. I know that you're not.
Yeah, Loner knew. He's been in my town. People on the average don't speak English, but they speak Hebrew and Arabic in my town. But I don't
That's fair. That's okay. But my point was that
I'm not surprised. By the way, I told you it's been happening all the time.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. It's like if you want first of all, there is racism, obviously. There is profiling, obviously. I'm not trying to handwave this. And I understand that this is troubling for you and it has a real effect on your life. I understand that. And that's valid. Okay? But what I'm asking is what are you doing, you personally, or your community, what are you doing to I don't know, to help fix the situation?
First off, for my community, for example, I spread the news that the person who most responsibly, the biggest contributor to the aid getting sent to Gaza from Palestinians within Israel is an Israeli Jew. I constantly remind people, even while I was volunteering, that it was an Israeli Jew that made this happen. Alon Green, he's the main contributor to it. So constantly I remind people it's an Israeli Jew that did this. Constantly. I do speak against harmful rhetoric against Israelis that isn't true. But if the rhetoric is true, I'm not going to speak against it. For example, when someone tells me, oh, they don't really punish soldiers for fucking killing Palestinians, I'm not going to speak out against that because that's fucking true. They don't really punish them. It's not a punishment. It's a slap on the wrist. Even if it's found out, they slap them on the wrist. If it's not, they fucking sweep it under the rug.
Listen, you don't need to prove anything to me. What I'm asking is, first of all, I think it would be way more effective if instead of saying I don't know how, maybe in English when you're telling me this now it's different than how you say it to the actual people, but if you say, but we do punish and not they punish. Do you know what I mean?
No, I don't, because we're not a part of the army. Arabs aren't a part of the army. If you're gonna,
that's okay, but that's okay. That's fair, but first of all, I think Arabs, even Muslim Arabs, are allowed to be in the army.
They're counted on fingers. The ones that serve every year, they're less than 100.
Yeah. Well, that's beside the point. I mean, there's a whole discussion that I had with you on this thing. But
yeah,
but what I'm saying,
I remember the discussion and it was fucking stupid. I've heard it from so many Israelis about wanting, why don't you serve in the IDF? Specifically for my town, you'd be fucking stupid to ask someone from my town to serve in the IDF. Genuinely.
Why?
The massacre! Hello?
Yes. Whoa. Of course. Yes, no, I agree with you. Yes, but then, and...
What do you mean, and? Why would you ever ask an army, why would you ever ask a person who lives in a town that was massacred by the army to serve in that said army?
Wait, what do you think is gonna happen? Do you think that Kfar is gonna stay in Israel? Do you think it's gonna stay in Israeli town? Because what are you waiting for exactly? You know what I mean?
It doesn't matter if it stays in Israel. It becomes a
No,
part
it
of Palestine.
matters.
No, it
No,
doesn't.
it matters.
Not to me. The part that matters to me is I stay in Kfar Qasim. That's it. I don't give a fuck if it's a part of Israel or part of Palestine. At the end of the day, we live in the society we are gonna be a part of. That's decided by people at the top who are deciding politics, not by me.
Look, I'm not saying you. People are saying I'm shouting.
Oh, by the way, I know he's the one that that's the guy that started the Islamic movement in. Remember, I told you about this, Loner. They started the Islamic movement in my town. They originally were violent, and then the main guy got arrested, and then they turned peaceful.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, I think this is over. Like, I think this is over basically nothing. Like, I feel like as far as Sev goes, like, I don't know that many like fucking Palestinian Israelis, but I feel like Sev is probably the most like fucking model Palestinian Israeli citizen in terms of like loyalty to the state, in terms of how he acts, and even like the arguments that he has on Discord. Yes, you are.
I would say I'm fair. I wouldn't say loyal. Fair.
Well, no, fuck off. When I say loyal to the state, I mean like you're not going to try to threaten the fucking stability of the state. When I say loyal, I mean like a law-abiding citizen. That's what I mean by loyal, right? Not like you don't critique things. Like I mean, like as far as what a liberal free society would like from a citizen. Yeah, like and I feel like if your only issue is the fact that he calls Israelis they, sometimes like fuck that. To me, that's nothing. Yeah, like that might be a sign of something.
I don't know. That was actually not my issue. It's just indicative of something that I wanted to point out to Sev. It's not my issue. Like. I don't have anything against Sev. He knows that. Yeah. It's not about that. It's just that like I hear a lot from Arab Israelis like complaining, a lot of complaining and a lot of problems and stuff. And I get you, like it's valid totally, but like at the same time, when Israel needs to take a step towards you, absolutely recognize the massacre in Kfar Qasim. Do some how do you say
reparations?
Yes, reparations.
Yeah, hold on.
And also have like this a day off from work. Like recognizing it fully because there's no reason why not.
We did get reparations. It was actually 12 ogorot. Okay, right? Israel did pay us
12 goats. What?
12 ogorots, which is like 12 Israeli
cents.
Oh.
So what do you mean?
For 49 dead, we got 12 Israeli cents. Loader.
Fuck no.
What each or for the entire for the whole family?
For the entire people, like the entire people getting killed. That's why I was like,
but this
we consider it like an insult.
Look, what I'm saying is that like at the same time when it is just that Israel needs to pay reparations, recognize the massacre in Kfar Qasim, and I'm talking specifically about your time, by the way, like and have a day off of work. You know, because you told me about this problem, for example.
Yeah, no, well, I don't have that problem anymore because I work for my family's company. Like, I don't.
No, but it's a problem for people from your town. Yeah, like you have a Memorial Day.
Yeah, if they have a Jewish employer,
right?
If they work at a Jewish company, for example, even sometimes maybe an Arab company where like the Arab company is like, I don't care about your Memorial Day, you're gonna keep working. That might happen with an Arab company, but most of the time the Arab companies are way more sympathetic and like we're like, okay, have a day off for this. But don't remove the thought out of your head that some Jewish companies aren't sympathetic to this. For example, the company my dad works at, they're sympathetic to this and they let him get a day off.
Okay, that's great, but it should be an official thing. You know what I mean?
By the way, Ron, Jewish company is meaning as in like the CEO is Jewish and like he gets to decide, or like your boss is Jewish and he decides if you get a day off or not. If you're triggered by the word Jewish company. Oh my God, you're othering again. Really?
Well, listen.
My point is this: like, it should be a step towards you, but you should.
Okay. By the way, Loner wants to continue his stream, so if you want to talk to me, talk to me off stream.
Yeah, I think we made big advances here. If anyone has any final words, you can drop them now. But otherwise, I'm gonna keep reacting to this shit.
I just gotta say,
we appreciate you.
One at a time. Okay, Daffodils first.
All I want to say is that we appreciate you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
My thing is, when are you coming to Israel as a vacation next time?
If I go there again, it'll be to do street interviews, but that will give me more free time.
Not a vacation. Enjoy your fucking time, dickhead.
I'll do both. I'll do interviews and then I'll have then I'll enjoy myself. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure. When though?
I don't know. After November, at least, because going to the States first.
Before I leave, someone wants to hop on call and ask you and me questions.
Who?
Hung Master.
Hung Master. After the react, I need to react to this video. Shit.
Okay, I'll try and be available, but I'm working from home, so. Yeah.
Okay, take care. All right, what are we talking about?
The title of refugees to their children and grandchildren. This is why there are more Palestinian refugees every year. And for some reason, this definition of refugees only applies to the Palestinians. At the beginning of the video, I had talked about the long-established connection that Jews had with the land of Israel.
Ooh. Jews have always migrated, or as we say in Hebrew, gone up to the land of Israel. In the 17th
Would pause
and 18th
right there because
centuries.
that's a lie. So he's fundamentally distorting Jewish history. He's trying to paint a picture that for hundreds, if not thousands of years, Jews have always been, as he said, Jews have always migrated to the land of Israel. I mean, this is just total nonsense. Again, if he knew anything about Jewish theology, he would know that he's just spewing myths and propaganda, because for the overwhelming majority of Jewish history, it was actually forbidden for Jews to migrate to Israel. And the reason was very simple, which is that in the end of days, Jews have eschatological beliefs, just like Muslims and Christians. And the eschatological belief among Jews is that Jews should not live, let alone move to the Holy Land until God decides so. It's God's decision. Jews believe that human action to hasten the arrival of the Messiah violated Torah law, and therefore not only are you not allowed to live there, you're definitely not allowed to move there. And so he's kind of really distorting Jewish history here. It's really a grotesque distortion, I would say.
Is that necessarily true? Because my understanding was that there were always small movements of Jewish people, not like never a large number, but there were always small movements to Israel because to some people it's not a religious move, it's like a cultural move, right? Like that's why is it next year in Jerusalem, right? I don't think it was forbidden to move there. Wasn't Jerusalem like quite a fairly large Jewish population even before Zionism? But
okay, any Jew watching this now,
I think for Traveling Israel, this is his like this is his wheelhouse. I think is the ancient Jewish history. So we'll see what he says.
Be able to believe what is being said here. Listen, Zach, we can debate how good of a Palestinian historian you are, but let me say it in the clearest terms possible.
Okay.
A Jewish historian, you are not.
For the overwhelming majority of Jewish history, it was actually forbidden for Jews to migrate to Israel.
The source that went up on Hasan's screen didn't say that. What? They were occasionally banned from buying land. Is he talking about pre-Ottoman? I don't know. Let's see.
What? In 1882, Jews from Yemen came up to Israel. In 1850, Jews from Morocco came up to Israel. In 1740, the followers of Baal Shem Tov came to Israel. In 1808, the followers of Hagaon Mivilna came to Israel. To Zach and all of you who don't know Jewish society, I just mentioned the main groups of Jews: the Yemenites, the Sephardic, and the two Ashkenazi groups, the Hasidic and the Prushim. All Jewish groups had migrated to the land of Israel long before modern Zionism. Harambam Maimonides, probably the most important rabbi of the last 1,000 years, came up to Israel in the 12th century.
Are they talking about the exiles? We must be talking about like pre-700 AD and shit. Okay, I don't know.
All Jews pray towards Jerusalem. And one of the most well-known Jewish saying is Bashana Haba'a Yerushalayim, which means next year in Jerusalem. So,
well done.
On what exactly?
Well done, my. Can I? I'm sorry. I was. It's not even a slur. It's like a made-up word, but I'm not going to say it.
Exactly is Zach basing his claim that Jews were not allowed to migrate to Israel? The Three Oaths is a midrash, which means Jewish text, that says that Jews should not
about reclaiming,
against the nation of the world and forcefully reclaim the land of Israel. This is one out of thousands and thousands of Jewish texts about the importance of the land of Israel to the Jews. And even this text, the Three Oaths, doesn't say, of course, that Jews are not allowed to migrate to the land of Israel. This midrash is used by a very small number of extreme ultra-Orthodox groups to justify.
Is that true? Because I don't know why you would use these guys. I can never even remember what they're called. These guys are nutters. They also, again, they want the Messiah to do the job. They still want Israel. They just don't want people to do it. They want the Messiah to do it. And they also, when it happens, Naturi Karta. And they want the Arabs to be servants of the Jews. And they latch on to progressive movements and go into their marches for fucking clout and shit. It's so funny. But I don't think it was a tiny... These guys are not the religious Zionists who originally opposed, or the religious Israelis who opposed Zionism, right? I think a lot of Orthodox Jews had issues with Zionism to begin with. That's why Zionism was a largely secular movement. But, okay. I don't think it was just these guys. There was quite a lot of them.
Their objection to Zionism and the modern state of Israel, but not to living in the land of Israel. These two groups...
Like the Haredi, right? The Haredim, they are... they're very pro-state of Israel, right? And they're Orthodox as fuck, right? Yeah.
Satmar and Neturei Karta want Israel to be a religious country based on the Bible and not on Western democratic values.
True.
Some of them say that only after the Messiah comes will Israel be rebuilt. But even these tiny Jewish ultra-Orthodox groups have followers in Israel.
Yeah.
The connection between the Jews and...
They're like a demographic problem. There's so many of them. And they keep breeding. It's okay to say that, apparently, about Jews, that they're a demographic. That's your fucking fifth column, by the way. No one ever mentions that as a fifth column. The people who want to take all the fucking government money and not serve in the army because they're apparently keeping Israel safe by reading Torah. Shit. Me loves, thanks for the tier 2 sub. And Tal Enzo, thanks for the $5. That claim assumes that there was universal agreement among Jews about eschatology all throughout history, which is not true. Really? That's crazy, chat.
The land of Israel is and always has been one of the bases...
They're forced to serve now. I know that's the... Is that a good idea, though? Now I think about it. Do you want to give guns to... I met one Haredim lady. I don't know if I want you having a gun. You're kind of mental. I know I can't pronounce that word. I've never heard of it before. Fuck off. I am not an academic, okay?
Of Judaism. Zach, I will say it again so it is crystal clear.
Oh, shit.
Even the smallest Jewish groups that oppose Zionism and the state of Israel...
Is he going to mention how these guys are not actually friends of the left-wing Palestine movement? Is he actually going to say that? Oh, shit.
For religious reasons, have followers living in Israel.
Oh, okay.
Hasan Abi continues to claim that I don't know Jewish history because I said that the Muslims prevented the Jews from going up to the Temple Mount. And Hasan Abi claims that Jews are not allowed to go there. He actually makes it sound as if the Muslims are doing the Jews a favor by preventing them from praying at their holiest site.
So... This guy's he doesn't really understand Judaism very well because most religious authorities, the most halachic authorities, it is forbidden for a Jew to go up to the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound to enter into what used to be the Temple Mount.
But it's not all the time, right? They go there, is it once a year? Is that what that's what it usually is? That's why they don't like Ben-Gvir because he takes people there, he likes to go there a lot, or isn't it like one day they get to go there in the year? I don't know how the fuck that works, but not true. Okay. I'm sorry. A fucking Israeli told me that, all right? She was like, no, Ben-Gvir, he's a criminal. Jews, they can't go to the Har HaBayit. I'm like, the what? The Al-Aqsa, yeah. That was an Israeli who told me that. A right-wing Israeli. It's religiously 3 times a year. Okay.
Personal level, it may
But if you're a secular Jew, you just go there whenever the fuck you want, right? Do they care? But difficult because secular Jews still do religious practices, right? Like fucking secular Jews still do Shabbat. You guys, it's a stupid country, okay? I don't even know. Maybe it was a bad idea at this point. Halfway through a Traveling Israel video.
I laugh because until last October, I was going up to Temple Mount almost weekly with my tourists.
Damn.
And thousands of Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox Jews would be there too. But Zach is right. Orthodox Jews don't go to where that temple once stood because they don't want to step on the holiest part of the temple. By the way, thank you, Zach, for acknowledging the fundamental truth that many Muslims continue to deny, that the Jewish temple stood where the Dome of the Rock stands today. The thing is that the Temple Mount is huge, so Orthodox Jews do indeed go up there and walk around the area of the temple. Some Orthodox Jews...
Oh, this was Sharon's visit as well, because Sharon never actually went to Al-Aqsa, did he? To the fucking place that would cause the most controversy. He just went like around the area to the steps or something. Yeah.
Don't want to go at all. That is true. But those who don't want to go up are not the majority of Jews in Israel. And anyway, we're not talking about whether people want to go or not. It is about whether they have the choice. And when Muslims are banning Jews from praying on the Temple Mount, then something is fundamentally wrong. I encourage all Jews to visit Temple Mount. As a tour guide, I have a secret motive here.
No.
I want everyone to visit their holiest sites. Christians, come to Israel and visit Nazareth and Jerusalem. Jews, come to Jerusalem and visit the Temple Mount. And Muslims, visit your holiest sites, Mecca and Medina. I want everyone to be able to pray freely.
Why didn't he mention Muslims going to Al-Aqsa? Why did he leave that one out? What the fuck? Was that strategic? That must have been strategic, right? That must have been strategic for him to admit the Muslims going to Al-Aqsa. Oh no.
Really at their holiest sites. That is the religious freedom that I believe in. Now that we have established that Zach doesn't know too much about Jewish history, let's talk about Palestinian history.
Why doesn't he do Muslim tours, eh? Shit.
Let's start with the name. After the Romans destroyed the temple, the Jews...
You can't go to Jerusalem, Bethlehem, or Nazareth. Yeah, no, eh?
Established that Zach doesn't know too much about Jewish history, let's talk...
To be fair, he named the holiest site for each religion. David, you are scum of the earth, okay? If you are trying to do that, like, fucking deliberate, obtuse bullshit, okay? Yeah.
About Palestinian history. Let's start with the name. After the Romans destroyed the temple, the Jews rebelled again, and the Romans changed the name of their region from Judea to Palestina, and this is how the name came to be. It was intended to disconnect the Jews from the name.
There's some contention over this, I think, Herodotus calling it Palestina, but I think the decision to make it more universal, I think, was taken at that time. But yeah.
By the way, I don't think it's worth getting into, but there's this myth among Jews that, you know, Hadrian put down the this revolt that, you know, remember in 135 CE, you have this revolt by Bar Kokhba, who's revered among Zionists and Jews for, you know, resisting Roman rule. And this, so the story, the mythology goes, you know, he, in order to, you know, vengefully erase, you know, the name Judea from history, he replaced it with Palestine. I've written about this in my PhD dissertation. That's just a myth. There's no actual evidence to support that. It's basically just been propagated by Zionists and Jews for the purpose of claiming that basically even the name Palestine itself is somehow like some illegitimate name. So, but it's just total nonsense and propaganda. Even
I think what he's going to mention is that the word did exist, Palestina, because it's obviously derivative from Philistines, who are a very old group, and that people like Herodotus, like 500 years before Bar Kokhba, were already calling the area Palestine or Palestina, but I think there was like a more official switchover under Hadrian, right? Just because some people referred to it as Palestina before that, I don't think that means that that was the common term for it until afterwards, right? Is that the idea, that argument?
History itself, I mean, if you actually look and dig into the sources of like...
He wrote his dissertation on this, and I'm just spewing Zionist myth. Let's see. He provided as evidence a section from a page in Wikipedia called Syria, Palestina. So let's open it up. Here it says, following the suppression of the Bar Kokhba revolt,
Judea.
Jerusalem
it used to be called
was
Judea,
rebuilt as a Roman colony under the name of Ilia Capitolina, and Judea was renamed Syria, Palestina. At the top of the page, it says that the province of Syria, Palestina was established in 136.
God damn.
And that the previous name, province of Judea was used until 132. So just to be completely clear, we have the province of Judea that existed until 132. We have the Bar Kokhba revolt, which was a huge Jewish revolt against the Romans. About 500,000 Jews died and some Roman legions were destroyed. On the page about the Bar Kokhba revolt, it says, following the failure of the Bar Kokhba revolt, the center of Jewish society shifted from Judea to Galilee. The province of Judea was renamed Syria Palestina as an intended punishment for the Jews and as a result of the desire of the region's non-Jewish inhabitants. So this is pretty much what I said, and the passage that he brought up doesn't even contradict what I said. I just like to add that the Romans didn't invent the name Palestina.
No, it's just that people were using it before. Yeah, okay, we know. Okay.
It was used by Greek historians such as Herodotus hundreds of years before the Romans to describe the Philistines, who are mentioned in Egyptian sources as well as in the Jewish Bible, Plishtim, who settled on the southern coastal area of the land of Israel and disappeared when the Babylonians conquered the region in the 6th century BC. But it was the Romans who destroyed...
Why is this guy soy pointing? Why is this guy doing a... What? There's no way. Oh no. That's amazing. Where's this image? Where's it from? How old is it? Roman artillery attack. Check DM for your recreation of said image. Yeah, of course it looks like this fucking soy jack, because it is. It's a, yeah, of course me doing it looks like him doing it, right? Yeah. It's uncanny. I was there. Okay. That's incredible. That's made me so happy. I'm such a child. I'm just an enormous child. Hang on. Okay. Okay, I was just tweeting that, right? Like, all roads actually do lead back to Rome.
the name Judea and created a province named Palestina. All people have the right to identify themselves as they wish, and the Palestinians are no different. It is none of my business how they identify themselves. But you can't reinvent history. The name Palestine was decided on by the Roman Empire, and its border decided on by the British Empire. Hasan Abi and Zach accuse me of not talking enough about 1948. So it's back to contemporary history.
To be fair, the Zionists were allowed... It took a bit of Zionist nagging to get the Negev put in there, because otherwise we were going to go to Jordan. Negging.
a paper a few years ago with Emmanuel Beshka, a colleague of mine, and we found the term Palestinian in Arabic sources something like 114 times from 1898 to 1914. So before there were any British colonizers in Palestine, Palestinians had already been calling themselves Palestinians for 2 decades. And actually, if you go into Western sources and English sources and German sources and Russian sources, you actually have, the term Palestinian is being used already from the 1870s onwards. So he's just regurgitating and repeating lies that have been debunked already for years.
So, Zach, I'm saying that there was no such thing as a Palestinian people, and you're saying that you found 114 instances of the Arabs of Palestine calling themselves Palestinians before 1914. So, if you're right, then how do you explain the fact that the leaders of the Arabs in Palestine in the 1940s never used the term Palestinians? Isn't that strange? And you know what is also strange? That you never mentioned the names of the leaders of the Arabs in Palestine. You made
let me talk now. He's so good at the propaganda. He's so good at segueing into the things he wants to repeat and talk about. Because now he's going to go into Hajj al-Husseini, right? Did you know that the leader of the Palestinians was a Nazi who got paid by the Nazis to recruit for the SS, who are also Nazis? Fucking banger. What a segue. What a seamless fucking movement. Why does anyone care about this fucking argument about Palestinians and who called themselves Palestinians before 1914? Like, who gives a fuck, man? Why is that? What a retard. I don't even know what's wrong with your brain that these are convincing arguments. Like, what does it mean with regards to what should happen prescriptively in the year 2024? Like, oh no, we did some digging. Imagine if you do enough fucking digging through the archives and you're actually like, oh, what the fuck? Wait a minute. Wait. It turns out that in 1603, fucking Abdi was calling themselves Palestinian. Would that change anything to you? Because history matters. Yeah, history does matter. But not really. No, not really that much. History gives you an understanding of how we got from then to now. Okay? It does not tell you what we should do now. No, it doesn't. No. If it turned out tomorrow, Ron WW, you mincing piece of shit, that it actually Palestine and that border region was actually a very strong identity that was held by most of the people living there in the 1600s, would that really change anything about what you believe should be done now? No, it fucking wouldn't. So stop. Like, would you just, if it turned out that actually from the year, 1000 AD, every cunt in that area was like, I'm a Palestinian. I'm not an Ottoman, not a Syrian. I'm a Palestinian. Fuck you. And that's how they felt all the way up until the 1900s. Would that change your prescriptions on anything? Would you be like, oh, wait, turns out I actually am living on stolen land. Best get my little fucking backpack and go back to, I don't know. Like, would you really? No, nothing would change about the politics of today. Absolutely fucking dick all would change. That fact, it's just for morons to argue with about because it sounds good, I suppose. Yeah. Fuck me. Ron LL. Oh, no.
An almost 2-hour-long video, and you didn't mention the leaders of the Arabs of Palestine in the most important era? Now, I think I know why you didn't mention them. Because they don't make the Arabs of Palestine look very good.
Ooh.
So the leader of the Arabs of Palestine from 1921 until the 1950s was Mufti Hajj Amin al-Hussein.
Okay, here he is.
Let's start with...
I feel like he does this in every video. He always finds a way to make it about Hajj Amin al-Husseini.
This quote: Arabs, rise as one and fight for your sacred rights. Kill the Jews wherever you find them.
Damn.
This pleases God, history, and religion. This saves your honor. God is with you. So the leader of the Arabs of Palestine doesn't sound very friendly. And he uses the word Arabs, not Palestinians.
Ooh.
Now you might say this is just one quote. and they are accusing me of distorting history with facts. So Zach and Hasanabi give me a quote from the leader of the Arabs in Palestine.
Are people arguing about whether or not Hajj al-Husseini was popular? Yes, he was popular. The Mufti of Jerusalem, yes, he was popular. Yes, because family status mattered quite a lot, okay, to them. Yeah, he was popular. He was a leader of the national movement. He wasn't, it's contentious as to how popular he actually was. Because he also, back off, he also ruled what?
He is popular among the elites, remember?
Because no one could fucking read. Yeah, I know. 70% of people were illiterate.
Yeah. Which was majority of Palestinians, which is what I'm arguing, you dumbass.
Yeah, but he's also a public speaker, okay? And people, just because people were illiterate,
it was a nationalist. The nationalist group liked him.
Yeah, the nationalist group, but the nationalist group incited the people who were not the elites, right? The mob was not. It's not like the fucking mob at the Jerusalem riots and the Arab Revolt was all they had to pass a fucking reading test before they got their gun and their pitchforks.
I understand I understand what you're getting at, but it wasn't mostly fallahis being incited in these riots. The fallahis are the ones that live in the villages. The Medins are the ones living in cities. The ones in the cities that were getting incited and go into those areas, Hebron was not a village; it was a city.
Yeah.
People were incited and go and kill Jews. Mostly Medinis lived in villages, not villages, cities. That's the people that did like Husseini, which is not the majority. Majority of the people who were expelled and were Palestinian at the time were fallahis.
Yeah, and you can tell because they also mostly didn't leave when al-Husseini and those guys told them to. Mostly they didn't. They left after the fucking war and the whisper campaigns and also, we know that the 39 white paper. Well, we don't know, but I think it's pretty likely that the 39 white paper was supported by most Palestinians, but al-Husseini was one who said no to it.
Yes, after all, my argument is that he wasn't popular with the average Palestinian that was living at that time. I need to do some digging into this on Arab sources about the Camp al-Murda, because I saw this mentioned when I was reading about a different topic, but I couldn't find anything in English about it. Maybe I can get someone to do it.
I don't even. How would you figure that out? Because we don't have polling data on how popular he was. It wouldn't even be reliable if we did, because he ruled with an iron fist. His political opponents were literally thrown into fucking pits full of snakes and scorpions.
But you can go by what is normal at the time. Majority of the people who lived during those times, who were living at those times, who just cared about feeding their family and farming their land, and that's it. They didn't give a fuck about what's going on between nations. They probably just didn't want to be kicked off their land, and that was it. You would say that's the average for the person. You can't just assume, this leader was a Nazi. All these people who never really did anything to say that they were a part of this movement or agree with him or like him to be a part of that narrative. And that is what I am trying to argue against.
Yeah. And even though the other popular leaders, the Nashashibis, is it Nashashibi or is it Nashashibi? How do you say that name?
Nashishibi, I think.
Nashishibi, yeah. But even it's worth remembering that although those guys were more moderate and more conciliatory and all that, they still more or less fundamentally opposed the idea of partition and Jewish state and all that.
Oh yeah, they didn't. Well, it makes sense that none of them were.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. It's the fucking idea at the time, because Jews are coming from the Holocaust. They're probably weak. They can't fight for a country, etc., etc. The choices they saw on hand is obviously they have the backing of Arab countries, supposedly. I don't think they did, but supposedly they did. Their choices were, get your country, the entire country or the entire land, or split it.
Yeah.
Majority of them, who are the elite, who aren't going to get affected by if a war breaks out, would say, yes, I want the entire land. It makes sense.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Anyway, if any of you retard Israelis want to argue about this, come into the Discord and I'll go argue with this outside the stream. I don't give a fuck. You guys are retarded. Anyway, chat.
Wait, you mean he's not Israeli? I'm sorry.
He talks about the Palestinians. I want to give you another quote by Amin al-Husseini. This one he had said in Berlin in 1943. Why was the leader of the Arabs of Palestine in Berlin in 1943? Because he and other Arab leaders were collaborating with the Nazis.
Ooh.
So in November 43, in a speech held in front of Muslims in Berlin...
Is this really the best picture he could... Why? Fucking Minecraft character with a little chef hat.
The Mufti said, Jews are selfish. The Jews are the enemy of Islam. They are the ones who killed the Prophet Muhammad.
Oh.
The Arabs, and especially the Muslims, must expel the Jews from Arab countries. This is the ultimate solution. The Prophet
I think Traveling Israel is one of those guys who will tout this idea that the Arab armies had this like united cause to expel all the Jews from the region, even though that's definitely not true. But yeah, or at least the evidence for it is not great. Yeah. Hajj al-Husseini, I'm pretty sure he was snubbed by a lot of the Arab League leaders, wasn't he? The other Arab leaders. One of the reasons that Jordan was okay to hold back on Israel during the 48 war wasn't just because they wanted more territory. It's also because they didn't want to be next door to a state led by al-Husseini. They thought he was a nutcase. Yeah, like they didn't want that.
Muhammad used this solution 1300 years ago. Germany never harmed the Muslims.
Bibi says that Holocaust researchers say it's all revisionist to say no. What are we talking about? Bibi, no, so the true thing is that he was recruited by the Nazis, paid a salary to recruit Eastern European Muslims, mostly Bosnians, I think, or Kosovars, to join the SS. He did do that. And he also kind of liked the idea of a final solution in the Holy Land. What Netanyahu said was he took it one step further and actually said that the final solution itself was proposed to Hitler and persuaded into Hitler by al-Husseini. That an otherwise reluctant Hitler was persuaded to do the final solution by al-Husseini. That's not true. That's Netanyahu being a fucking moron. Yeah. I don't know why he said that. Like, how stupid. Why would you do that? I know because like the right-wing thing is this like where Israeli like Jewish tragedy is the forefront of your advocacy. So yeah, it makes sense that he would want to exaggerate it. Yeah. There is a talk where the talk he's referring to is where al-Husseini is encouraging Hitler, where he's like supporting the idea of the final solution. But the problem is that meeting happened in November 41, which is like the final solution had already been ordered in the summer of 41. It was already the fucking Babin Yar massacre had already happened. So yeah.
And is fighting against our common...
That's borderline Holocaust revision? No, it is Holocaust revision. It's the definition. It's Holocaust revisionism with the purpose of furthering your own political goals. What's this bit? Is this TOS? What is this? Copyright. Okay. Is this just him with his bestie? He's so happy. Oh, you get a little slap on the face? It's a fan cam. Yeah, I think it's a fan cam. Okay, nice. We will get through this video. God, well done. Sorry, Aaron. Good luck. Good luck editing in the good parts of the conversations as well, because they need to go in.
Enemy.
Meme review. It's all right.
The Jews. The most important thing is that they have found the final solution to the Jewish problem. These are two very interesting quotes from the biggest leader of the Arabs in Palestine, I would say. And it is not less interesting that Hassan Abi and Zak failed to mention him at all. And just while we are at it, on the important subject of the leaders of the Arabs of Palestine, the Mufti's rival was a man called Fawzi el-Kawakji. And where was he in the 1940s? In Nazi Germany, also collaborating with the Nazis. In 1947, he said, "The battle between the Arabs and the Jews is a total battle, and the only possibility is the annihilation of every Jew in Palestine and all Arab countries." So here we have two interesting facts. First, The leaders of the Arabs never called their people Palestinians.
Now again, if this guy was a bit more nuanced, he would also insist that he would remind people that when the Arab armies actually went to war, and this is what Israeli historians will say, is there's not good enough evidence to suggest that they had a plan of extermination when they invaded. It seemed to be that their war aims were diffuse, that they were disconnected, that they didn't agree with each other. And from what we can gather from their actions, it seems to be what most of them wanted was some territory and to frustrate the size and the sustainability of the Jewish state. Does he not provide sources for his quotes? No, he doesn't do that.
Always Arabs.
But you would probably put it in Google and find it, and then Ivram Karsh thing, yeah, half of them are probably out of context, the other half are probably true. I don't deny that. I don't think anyone would deny that al-Husseini, had he taken over all of Palestine, would have just happily either killed or expelled all the Jews there. Of course he would have.
Second, even before the Nakba, when the Arabs started a war to eliminate the Jews and lost it, even before that, the Arabs called for the elimination of all the Jews.
I would deny it. Let's go.
An important fact that knocks the bottom out of the narrative that uses the Nakba.
Come on, bro. They wanted to wipe out all Jews. Don't be naive. Sorry, Sabra. Like, I listen to historians. I trust high standards of evidence. You can read Benny Morris on this if you want. You can read Israeli historians on this. The idea that there was any clear plan or intention to commit a fucking genocide of all the Jews by the 5 Arab armies in the 4-Year War is just not true. The Jordanians obviously didn't. They wanted to just have their territory and then, do their thing with the West Bank. The Lebanese clearly didn't. They wanted to make it look like they were doing something. The Syrians, who knows? The Egyptians, they wanted to get territory. Like, I don't know. Like, the Arab High Committee was not the head of the pyramid in the Arab forces, okay?
To explain the origin of the Arabs' hatred towards the Jews.
It doesn't even explain why. If you want to talk about the 48 War, it's a fact for both sides, that the Arab and the Jewish armies, compared to other armies in, like the Yugoslav wars or World War II, were actually fairly well behaved when it came to lack of war crimes. Like, yeah, they still committed crimes. There were massacres on both sides and everything, and quite a lot of them on one side. But this is not like... These are not the actions of an army that's been directed to exterminate a population on either side, right? It's just not. Cope! 1 minute. Fuck. Only for lack of power and organization, not intent. You guys are so fucking retarded. Like, I don't know why. Okay. You realize that the Arab states also had international interests, okay? They had a British empire. They had European countries. They had, like, the Soviets. They had the Americans to impress as well. Like, there are a million reasons that they might not have gone and done a fucking final solution in the Holy Land, okay? Like, stop. I don't know. Stop. It also doesn't explain, is like when the Arab Legion and those Arab forces were in positions where they could actually massacre a bunch of Jews, most of the time they didn't. Most of the time, again... The Arab armies in the 48 War, compared to like the fucking Serbs or compared to the Nazis or even the Soviets and all that, the amount of war crimes they committed in proportion to the amount of battles they fought was actually lower. Okay, I'm just saying.
There is actually another aspect that emerged when reading about Haj Amin al-Husseini personal history. He was a religious leader. In the video, Hassan, Abi, and Zach, like all progressives, ran away from religion as if it were a fire. Zach, regarding the first point I made, if the Arab leaders of Palestine never used the term Palestinians.
Most of the time they didn't. Holy shit, Lorna Box. Velvet, you were exactly the same energy. I just want you to know this. I want you to understand this. You were the exact same energy as like far leftists who will assert that there's a genocide in Gaza, and then someone will say, well, or that there's like widespread crimes against humanity or war crimes or whatever. And then other people will say, I'm sure there are some excesses, but I don't think it's like most of the military operations are criminal. And then you're like, oh, great. Most of them. That's you, okay? You are that person right now.
Don't you think that when talking about them, it is more accurate to refer to them as Arabs of Palestine and not as Palestinians? I'm just a simple Zionist and you're the historian. But I think that it is important to be accurate and refer to them using the term they themselves use and not the new modern term that is used today. I could go on and maybe I will do a part 2, but one last thing in this video.
I feel like historians are not averse to calling Haj Amin al-Husseini like a Palestinian leader to distinguish him from other Arab leaders like Jordanians, Egyptians, Lebanese, Syrians. Okay.
Hassan Abi said a total of like 16 times that I make Zionist propaganda. Every argument I bring up, he says it's Zionist propaganda, while he himself is talking about...
I'm not saying they did a genocide. No, but you are saying they all would have if they could have, which is not true. Like, again. Whatever.
The biggest propaganda lie of the war, Deir Yassin. When he's talking about 1948 and the atrocities that the evil Israelis committed, he mentions Deir Yassin. And then he mentions it again. The pro-Palestinians don't have many examples, so they use the same one over and over and over again. So, what is Deir Yassin? As I mentioned in the beginning, the first action taken by the Arabs after the UN offered the two-state solution was to attack...
Wait, are we going to see what Hassan and Foster said about Deir Yassin? Is that going to show us?
A bus traveling from Netanya to Jerusalem. The Arabs ambushed the Jews on the roads. Deir Yassin is situated on the road to Jerusalem, which was the biggest Jewish city with 100,000 Jews living there in 1948. After hundreds of Jews had been killed by Arabs on the roads, the Jews decided to move to the offensive.
Why is he still doing this retelling? Again, he's going to say that Deir Yassin as a strategic point on the road to Jerusalem was... That's not the reason they gave. The Haganah rejected that notion completely. Kastel was the main one for the road to Jerusalem. And the reasoning given by the Irgun and Lehi was because of attacks. It was because of sniper attacks. In one day, the sniper fire. And they assumed that Deir Yassin was being used as a base for other soldiers to go and fight in Kastel because a bunch of people left Deir Yassin to fight in Kastel. 12 people. And not even, most of them didn't even come back. So they weren't even there when the Zionists attack. The Haganah never, it wasn't even on their fucking list it wasn't even on their list of main targets for Jerusalem. I don't know why he's still saying this. Fuck.
Hassan Abi said there was a peace pact between the village of Deir Yassin.
It was a target because they were shooting? No, actually, no. They were shooting for one day, a week before the attack. That's not why they made it a target. The Haganah, after the sniper fight happened, the Haganah still did not want to make it a target. They agreed to make it a target, not because they were convinced by any Irgun or Lehi intelligence. Stop suggesting that. They were persuaded because the Irgun were going to do it anyway. And they thought it's better if they do it with our approval than if they do it unilaterally and we are a split up army, right? And it's also better than the alternative, which is shooting them for disobeying.
In the Jewish neighborhood, but Arab gangs broke it and shot at Jews. So it made sense to take over the village. This is what you do in war. Did some civilians die? Yes.
Most of the people who died in Deir Yassin were civilians. Some, you fucking prick. He knows this. He knows. He knows. You don't say some when it's most, you fucking retard. I don't know.
And I've talked about it in this video. If you really want to go into the details, I will leave another video. But why did Deir Yassin become a symbol of atrocities?
Is it his response to my video in here? Oh no, it's a video just on Deir Yassin. The book that he cites, though, will mention this. The book that he cites mentions that Haganah intelligence opposed the attack on Deir Yassin, and the only reason they accepted it was for political and practical reasons. It wasn't because they were convinced that it was a valid target. The only military reasoning the Haganah possibly lent any credence to was that at one point they wanted to use the area that Deir Yassin was in as an airstrip. That's it. And even then, that was like a future maybe. So, yeah. No, it was political reasons.
Committed by the Jews. Listen to this Arab survivor.
Their loudspeakers blared out, "Lay down your arms. Run for your lives." Then I heard our machine gun. I was kneeling down like this. When I looked up, I saw the village ablaze. We gathered in Jerusalem at the Hebron gate. We checked who was missing.
The interview is real. It was only a very small minority of people who heard the loudspeaker because the speaker got stuck in a ditch outside the village. And the people approaching the village were already spotted before the speaker got there. So the speaker is basically too far away or further away than it's supposed to be. And it's also being drowned out by gunfire. But yeah, some people did hear it, like a small handful.
And who had survived? Then the Palestinian leaders arrived, including Dr. Khalidi.
I asked Dr. Khalidi how we should cover the story. He said, "We must make the most of this." So he wrote a press release.
Arab radio stations passed on the false reports, ignoring the protests of the witnesses.
We said there was no rape. He said we have to say this so the Arab armies will come to liberate Palestine from the Jews.
So Deir Yassin is a propaganda bomb that exploded in the hands of the Arabs who created it. The Arab thought that if they invented horrifying stories about the Jews, it would make the Arabs fight harder. But instead, these...
Invented is a very carefully chosen word, I think. It's exaggerated, it's not invented, but okay.
Fabricated stories had the opposite effect and made the Arabs run away from their villages. The thing is that people like Hasan and Zak still use this propaganda today. They are still using Deir Yassin as the example of how evil their Jews are. That is it for now. I want to thank.
Why doesn't he show the video? He could, like, if you get a video of Hasan does actually believe all the fucking exaggerated stories about Deir Yassin. He believes in the dad being forced to throw his kid in the oven and then being pushed in afterwards, and the mass rapes. He believes all this shit. But I don't. Why is Traveling Israel not even show the example? He just decided to. Oh, I guess it's the other thing. It's like, I'm just going to talk about the things I want to talk about. Okay.
My supporters. It is only thanks to you that I can keep making these videos.
Okay. Well done. God, what a dick. I don't really like anyone in that story in terms of their opinions on Israel-Palestine, so okay. Ooh, Zachary Foster, this is for you. Socrates said, when the debate is lost, slander becomes the tool of the loser. The way this guy retells the Deir Yassin story is so disgusting. I hate this so much. Some civilians. Because the book that he cites will tell you that the majority of the people who died in Deir Yassin were civilians. Fuck me. And the retelling of the justification that was given for attacking it. Oh, God. Kill me. Relevant footage. The dome. It's so big.
compound, the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa. Now, to the left of that, where's the street? To the left of the street is...
Wow, that's me. Wow, what a tourist.
We're in video mode. Alright, we lost video mode. It's just you now, Loner. Everyone abandoned you. Now you're really alone, Mr. Loner Box.
Shut up. Making me uncomfortable.
In the shot.
Oh no.
Have I asked you before?
War tourism?
So some people get really mad when people do, I guess you're more on the journalistic side of things, but if people go and they look at places that are in active conflict, they call it derisively war tourism, that you're just basically showing up as a tourist, making money off of people's pain and suffering. But you've never heard that term? No. It was interesting, there's a lady that does...
It's ironic because you don't make money doing this as a creator. You spend money to do this. It's actually, so you're not really profiting off people suffering, you're paying for people suffering. That's what you're doing. It's much more based.
Not birthright trips, but something more than that. She walked up to us and she's like, what does it feel like being war tourists? And I thought we were being attacked. I thought we were starting to have a huge conversation, but they just used it neutrally here. That was interesting.
She was asking because you're here during this time.
Yeah, but yeah. Out there. Because everything in our country is like a 100-year-old building is really, really, really old. It's like crazy. 100 years old. Or if you go to the East Coast, it's 200-year-old things.
Americans. Americanoids. Oh no, me on the camel? Fuck no. The kids are all right. Oh, is this Kalandia or is this the refugee camp? I think this is in the refugee camp. No, this is at the view of the dome. I'm guessing these guys would be residents of East Jerusalem. That would be their status.
How much?
Why is he's saying how much about the camel, not to the kids? Okay, Jesus.
Do you have any shekels?
No.
طاري ما احلى ديكها ويدي خمزه افتح تليفونك خدوها وراحوا بس الو بس انت وياه ليش مسك فينا وكلنا راحوا
What are they saying?
يما خدونا وراحوا
I don't think they told us what they were saying.
Thank you.
Why is Adidas so popular for Arab youth? Where they, I don't know. Why not? What's wrong with Adidas? Lisan Al Gabe. Why?
Oh, I was wrong. You were the chosen one.
Holy shit. Cringe. I didn't ask for this. This was just given to me. The guy started putting this on when I wasn't even looking. He just came up from behind me and started putting it on my head, and I was like, okay, this is happening now.
Riding camels old.
I guess it is my birthright.
Yeah.
It's a headrest. He's so happy. Wow, banger. Oh shit, the way that they get down as well is so awkward. Like, look at them. You have to lean back.
Nas, do you want to interview him?
Oh, the camel?
The camel, yeah.
Yeah. You don't want anything to do with this, do you? I love the little smile that he's got on his face.
What's the camel's thoughts on BB?
Watch out, they spit. Yeah, okay. Good one. Kids of Palestine. This will be in Calandia, I think. They're also like, they were really like excited to let you know that they speak English, if they did. Even if it was just free Palestine.
Okay. You said 100,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Surrounded, but it's Salam alaikum.
That's the Middle East. Middle East
I have a tea thing that I can't eat, otherwise I would. Lena, you like cherries, right?
ناس نصيب.
Lena. شكرا.
صور التوت.
ناس.
Very good. Hey.
How are you? No.
Honking is so aggressive. This is not, at least they drive in a straight line. In Lebanon, there's not really a line. In Lebanon, it's more like a helix. I don't know.
On the other side of this is East Jerusalem?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And this is the checkpoint. Barfador, in which the High Court declared that it has to be removed.
2004, I remember.
That kid called you a whore. I mean, true. What does this say? Is that a meme? Dal, Ra, Sin, Hamza. Medarse? Madar. No, it's a fa. Madarif. Okay. I think. It means school. Madrasat. Oh, it's a madrasat. Okay. Interesting. This is a wow, ra, wow. Is that Uru? Madrasa. Okay. Madrasa. Okay. Wow, ra, wow. Is that just Uru? Or how would you say that? And this wow vowel is weird. And then that's a Dod. And another Hamza. Is it hard to learn Arabic? Nah, it's a doddle. Fuck is this middle word? Urud? Is that it? Urud? Is that it? Fuck. Where's the feedback? Shin. Oh, you can't see. I'm so sorry. This here. Wow, ra, wow, dod, hamza. Is it like Rawat? Radat. I could never have got that. Shin. Min. Sin. Shamas. Shamis. Shims. 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 Shams. Okay, Shams. All right. Aleph, Lam, Ein. Aleph? Al-Araif? Is that it? Al-Araif? Al-Araif? Al-Marif. Oh, it's a meme. Okay. Al-Marif. Okay. Fuck knows, bro. Okay.
Separation wall.
Ah! That might be easier. Is this two memes? How would you do that? Mima. And then a really long noon into a wow. Fuck off. All right.
Ooh, close. Okay, thanks. Oh shit, I'm so stupid.
Oh, he's saying ni hao because he's fucking Asian, because the cameraman is Asian. That's what he said, wasn't it?
So you'll have all this by your YouTube.
Yeah, shit all, yeah.
Still people about the suffering of Palestinian people.
Yeah, we've been going
about this.
Yeah. Do these all, the children, do they all go to school in East Jerusalem, or are they somewhere else?
Yeah, they are having a school outside this camp, and inside this camp. Okay. They come from the checkpoint.
Oh, okay.
Do you hear them saying ni hao to the Chinese guy, to the Korean guy? The first thing we were told actually was that it was that Corey Gilshuster was saying that the Palestinians will probably be racist towards you if you're Asian.
Coming from here, 10,000 children passing
UK.
Gate. 10,000.
What a dude.
Hey, what's up? My name's Steven.
3 Palestine. Last kid.
I only speak English, I'm sorry. English. I can't understand, I'm sorry.
You are inviting to come more and more times.
I wasn't actually sure why some of the people didn't want their faces to be something. It seemed like the kids were some of the kids were really used to hiding their faces from a camera. I wonder if it was because, I don't know, maybe like a family thing. Maybe one of their relatives is like up to something. I have no idea.
Thank you for talking.
Or they just don't like it, like it's a custom, or. See, my Fauda brain wants to think. My Fauda brain is like, I think one of their older brothers or their dad's a terrorist, but I don't fucking know. Some people are just shy. Mate, if you come to the UK and someone is filming, no school kid's gonna be like hiding themselves with a notebook. Like maybe one or two of them, but not like quite a few. I just thought there was more than I was used to. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much. Okay.
But they're also not used to seeing cameras there. And it's not untoward for Israeli intel to go in there, like special forces, to go and pretend to be civilians and gather intelligence. So, you know, fucking.
Korea.
Ni hao.
Korea. Huh? Korea. Korea.
Got an audience.
Free Palestine!
In Arabic, they keep asking if he's Chinese. Really? That's surprising.
Tell me if I have to rush. I can't tell.
Yeah, the van's coming back.
The van's coming to us, or we?
Yeah, the van's there.
Oh, it's right there. It's coming to us. All right. I want to take some final clips.
Time to clip this and caption it that Palestinians are trained to be racist. True. You should get like the little intel beeps, and the people who are covering their faces just be like, have a zoom in, and then we'll go beep 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 beep.
Korea.
Korea?
Korea. Yeah.
Yeah, that was sweet. That was a sweet moment. There was a guy who came up to me and started like fucking high-fiving me and shit. He was like the longest handshake. Yeah. I don't think it was captured. Love this video, gives me hope. Aw. There's no such thing as Palestine, Palestinian kids perhaps, and even that is stretching it. Bro, what the fuck is wrong with you as a human being? If you watch that footage and that's what you have to die. Well, actually, there's not really. Okay, they're Israelis. Give them fucking passports, you retard. Is that what you want? Holy shit. Incorrect terms. It's a national identity. Here's a really interesting piece of thought for you guys. You know, all national identities are fake, right? Like they're made up. They're made up by people. We make them up. You know that, right? You know, there's nothing. You can't dissect a human being and find their nationality, right? Like it's yeah. Those borders, like we made them. We make them, and we put those names in there, right? Like we do that. That's so funny. I support all the East Jerusalemites giving Israeli citizenship, whether they like it or not, and have them educated in the Israeli system. Yeah, I guess that's like you've effectively given a right of return to like 500,000 people then, haven't you? Or what if some of them want to go to the West Bank and you just accept the right of return of 500,000 people? It's ironic that, isn't it, that like Israelis, they want to annex East Jerusalem to give them citizenship, and that would mean naturalizing like an extra 500,000 Arabs, but then right of return is like, oh, I don't know, 10,000. Yeah. How many Palestinians live in East Jerusalem? Is it like 1/3 Sorry. 360,000. The kids on all sides deserve so much better, man. You'll go far with that mindset. You're gonna take over because I need to. Wait, what do you want?
No, I wanted to join just for you. Fuckhead, don't leave.
Okay.
I was gonna ask you a question. Are you sure in the way they want to annex the East Jerusalem, they in the wording, you have to be careful in the wording when they talk about annexing East Jerusalem. Are you sure they didn't say they want to give them the option to become Israeli citizens, just like the current
situation where they have the option, which takes longer than converting to Judaism.
Well, now they can do that, but if they want to have a peace deal, there's not going to be a peace deal if they annex East Jerusalem and they don't give citizenship. You're going to annex as part of the peace deal, but
Is
also
there any deal
a third of a
written
million
down?
Palestinians are going to be fucking residents. That's mental.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're probably talking about the option to become citizens if they're talking about annexing East Jerusalem. It's going to be the same situation as it is now. You can get Israeli citizenship, but it's the same 100,000 people who are eligible every year.
So
Like-
this is from a conversation between, I think it's Arafat and Ben Ami, when he's saying, you're not willing to recognize the refugees' right of return, yet you are willing to annex 300,000 Palestinians to Jewish Jerusalem. And then Ben Ami's comment, this was a brilliant comment to an avowedly monumental paradox in Israel's traditional position on Jerusalem. By annexing East Jerusalem, Israel had also annexed its 300,000 Palestinian inhabitants. In other words, she had already offered the right of return to 300,000 Palestinians. I don't know if the final offer included, but I don't think they included this annexation in the final offer. The final offer was to cede the Arab areas, wasn't it? So they weren't going to have a perfectly united municipality of Jerusalem.
I don't think so, yeah. No, but I would say that for the average person who wants to annex East Jerusalem, like in terms of being political, they don't want to take the Palestinian citizens to be Israeli.
Yeah.
They don't want them to be Israeli citizens. The same ones that want to annex it, they don't want the Palestinians there.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So that's it. What do you mean I'm taking over?
What? Oh,
Did-
because
what-
I have to go and make food, but I'll still be streaming because I'm going to go back and do DNC.
For how long? Drag someone here to argue with. I'm not gonna be playing. You want me to fucking stream Minecraft for them?
Okay. It's okay. I'll just do DNC. It's okay. You don't need to.
Okay.
If you're not up to the job.
It's not a question. We're talking about who wants it, as in the citizenship of STRL, not the Israelis.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay, I'll do DNC.
Okay, I'll leave chat.
Take care, bye-bye.
Bro, fucking this. You guys fall for the propaganda or like the fucking political shit so fucking fast. It's the option to get Israeli citizenship, but it takes longer than converting to Judaism, and it's incredibly unsafe to do so. Fucking, I don't know. I fucking hate this. I hate this. Check it.
Bye-bye. Did they actually get the thing? Did they get a Palestinian on? There's a guy in a kafia here, but I don't know where he's from.
Possesses these qualities with making the universe, then
Who's this guy? From the river to the DNC.
in victory tonight.
Where's the introduction? He's Hindu.
I know that vision is the tool come together Angelou spoke of. And let these for Israelis, when we come together, we
All right, we'll
rise
watch that.
together.
All right, well, we'll go through that. We'll get to that. That's at the end, actually. That's after Tim Walz. Who we got here? Bill! Build Clinton.
That I'm not a billionaire. You want to go outside today?
Yeah.
Want to go put your shoes on?
Yes.
Let's go outside. Ruby is 2 years old. I'm starting to think, will she be an iron worker like her dad? I hate to break it to you, but I'm not a billionaire.
Nice.
Donald Trump talked a big game about bringing jobs back to America, but it was all talk. Like Foxconn.
This is the eighth wonder of the world.
Foxconn, by most estimates, has not even come close to meeting expectations.
This whole project was a scam. He is not looking out for the residents. He's looking out for himself.
You know what Trump delivered? $2 trillion in tax cuts focused on his billionaire buddies and big corporations.
You're rich as hell.
It makes me angry. Billionaires don't pay their share of the load. And he wants to do that again. Trump talked a massive game about infrastructure. What a joke.
We call it Infrastructure Week. Infrastructure is the easiest of all. We're going to get this infrastructure going.
Trump was too incompetent to get it done. Who's he looking out for? Not us, not my family. You know who got it done? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Biggest infrastructure package in history. Infrastructure is just a fancy word for jobs. Not just union workers, but for everyone. Small businesses are booming. Communities are starting to thrive again. I wish it was faster, but prices are easing. Kamala Harris helped deliver the largest job growth in American history. Wages are higher. Manufacturing is booming. We're building roads, bridges, airports again. That's a fact. And we have healthcare.
When our middle class is strong, America is strong.
Kamala's goal is to rebuild the middle class for families like mine.
Please welcome the 42nd President of the United States, Bill Clinton.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Whoa. Let me ask you something. After the last 2 days, aren't you proud to be a Democrat? And I am very grateful to the Republicans and independents that have joined us, have been up here on the stage. And I hope they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these things that even I have to be reminded of from time to time when I get my spirits down. I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And I thought Hillary gave a great speech, too. And I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And George Washington knew that, and he did it. And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy. And it's a stark contrast to what goes on in the other party. So I want to thank him for his courage, compassion, his class, his service, his sacrifice. Joe Biden Thank you. And he kept the faith, and he's infected a lot of the rest of us. Now let's cut to the chase. I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family for 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. Last night, in what I thought was a very moving series of episodes, we nominated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And just think about that. 2 leaders with all-American but still improbable life stories. It could only happen here. Their careers, after all, started in community courtrooms and classrooms. 2 leaders who spent a lifetime getting the good job done. Now, one of the things that I've noticed over my increasingly long life is that a presidential election is unique in several ways. First of all, it's the greatest job interview for the greatest job in the world. Secondly, the Constitution says we, the people, get to do the hiring. And the third thing is that every 4 years, we get to change the requirements for the job.
What's this old those old weirdos saying? Okay, let's go.
So here's what I'm thinking, because I try to apply this in every election. Will this president take us backward or forward? Will this president give our kids a brighter future? Depends. Will this president bring us together or tear us apart? Will the president increase the peace, security, and stability and freedom that we enjoy and extend it to others as we can? We, the people, we have to make a decision about these kind of questions. And every 4 years, it's a little different because the people come at the candidates, and they say, as they're saying now, here are our...
Will this president lie under oath? Will this president have sexual relations with that woman? I don't know.
Our problems, solve them. Here are our opportunities, seize them. Here are our fears, ease them. Here are our dreams, help them come true. A president can answer that call by saying, I'll do my part, but you have to help me. We have to work together. Or you can dodge what needs to be done by dividing, distracting, and diverting us. So in 2024, we got a pretty clear choice, it seems to me. Kamala Harris for the people, and the other guy who's proved even more than the first go-around that he's about me, myself, and I. I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams. You know, when she was young, she worked at McDonald's. And she greeted every person with that 1,000-watt smile and said, "How can I help you?" Now she's at the pinnacle of power, and she's still asking, "How can I help you?" I'll be so happy when she actually enters the White House as president, because she will break my record as the president who spent the most time at McDonald's.
What? Not if you count the amount of times Trump goes there. Gets mad because someone got his order wrong and throws nuggies off the wall.
Now, but we got an election to win. And remember, we've got a guy that's pretty good at what he does. Donald Trump has been a paragon of consistency. He's still dividing, he's still blaming, he's still belittling other people. He creates chaos, and then he sort of curates it as if it were precious art. Let me say, not a single day goes by, even though I've been gone for well over 23 years from the White House, not a day goes by that I don't thank the Lord for the chance I had to serve and what it meant. And one of the reasons, thank you. Wait. One of the reasons I love the job so much is that in the toughest times, even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something good you could do for somebody else. Now,
fuck! Soul Joe, thanks for the 50 Hong Kong dollars. That's really generous of you. I really appreciate that. Have you been to the UAE recently or visited Saudi? I hear Riyadh is becoming San Francisco these days. Never been to Saudi, only went to the UAE to pass through the airport to get to Israel. So.
Some days that's not easy to do. You've got to deal with all these emergencies, or there's something going on here, there, or yonder. But Kamala Harris is the only candidate in this race who has the vision, the experience, the temperament, the will, and yes, the sheer joy to get something done. I mean, look, what does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself, right? So the next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes. Count the eyes.
I thought you went to Dubai for school. Yeah, I did, but I haven't recently. I haven't been to Dubai properly since I was 10 years old.
His vendettas, his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies. He's like one of those tenors opening up before he walks out on stage, like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing me, me, me,
Damn,
me,
Marcus, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Really appreciate that.
me. When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you, 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 you. So, we got to ask ourselves the questions if we're going to hire a president. Do you want to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out? Or do you want to spend the next 4 years talking about crowd size? You're going to have a hard time believing this, but so help me, I triple checked it. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, America has created about 51 million new jobs. I swear I checked this 3 times. Even I couldn't believe it. What's the score? Democrats 50, Republicans 1.
Where did he get the hang on? Is he talking about net job creation? Net job creation. Is this on Wikipedia? Jobs created during presidential terms. This is Clinton, the Clinton boom. Reagan, Obama, Bush. Trump. Oh, I guess because if Bush and Trump, is this why? Because it's the net number. Is that what he's talking about? I don't fucking know, man. Job creation, 10 million, Carter. So George W. Bush, say Clinton, 22 million. Huh. Wait, really? Is that actually a real, wait, it's not a fucking real number, wait. If you take in George H.W. Bush, you get 3 million minus 2.5. Is that actually real? If you exclude Biden, what the fuck? They counted COVID jobs regained by Biden. Well, if you exclude Biden, you've got 22 million jobs from Clinton, 0.5 million Bush, 11 million Obama. I'm guessing 2008 didn't help Bush. Trump minus 2,500. I don't know. I don't know if it's like the gas prices thing, but okay.
I'm glad that we've got a championship winning coach on our team. But even the most limited of us in what we know about football or any other sport knows that if you're got 50 and the other side's got 1,
Vic Valles, thanks for the tier 1 sub.
You're ahead.
But not in golf.
What about affordable housing? It's a terrible problem in America now. We need more. And affordable health care. That's why the Democrats put a limit on monthly payments for insulin and a $2,000 a year out-of-pocket limit.
Stuff Slacker, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Oh, you guys are being really generous with the subs today. My God. I mean, not really generous enough. There's still a lot of gray names in chat, white names. But something, you know, it's...
And are trying to cover more drugs by bargaining for prices.
Drugs.
We need more financing for small businesses. We need still to strengthen our alliances. I almost croaked in the first debate of this election season when President Trump said nobody respected America anymore like they did when he was president. Wait. And with a straight face. Look, you got to give him. He's a good actor. With a straight face, he cited as evidence of the respect that existed for us when he was there, the presidents of North Korea and Russia.
It's funny that Bill Clinton and Trump are the same age. They're both 78, right? Wild.
I'd rather have the people who respect us now. And one of the things is when you send a signal to the other countries, you want them to know whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level. Here's where you are and what you believe. What are they supposed to make to these endless tributes to the late, great Hannibal Lecter?
What's wrong with that?
I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer-in-chief. Folks, I've thought and thought about it, and I don't know what to say.
This is a great picture. Look at this. They look so funny together. Bill's hair. Hillary Clinton. Eh. All right. Have you seen them in college?
Like Hakeem Jeffries, I too want an America that's more joyful, more inclusive, more future-focused. Just think what a burden it's been on us to get up day after day after day after day, buried in meaningless hot rhetoric.
Oh, and they're hippies.
When there's so many opportunities out there, so many problems that need to be solved.
Like this one.
I want that. And that's the America.
In the 70s, when he's a fucking... Yes. Banger. That's good, isn't it? Dylan Burns. I'm sorry.
Kamala Harris will lead. And she's already made her first presidential decision, and she knocked it out of the park when she asked Governor Tim Walz to be her nominee for vice president. As they used to say when I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at Tim Walz, listen to him, follow his record as a teacher, as a coach in the National Guard, as a congressman, where he was the only Democrat, save one, elected in that district in more than 100 years. And he stayed a long time. And then he became a great governor. And by all accounts, he was a crack shot.
Crack.
Who had the courage among his rural constituents to say, we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school.
Thank
so
you,
armed with her
USA.
first decision,
You are my best friend.
Kamala Harris confronts an interesting dilemma. We're going to walk out of here feeling pretty good, I think. We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders.
Serbs molding and shit.
And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight that the forces of progress have had to fight for 250 years. In the face of stiff and often violent opposition, we have to find a way to go forward together, where we the people make our union more perfect. So that's a good thing. How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids her whole life that were left out and left behind. She's taken on gangs trafficking across the border. She's fought to protect the rights of homeowners. She's been our leader in the fight for reproductive freedoms, and we know a majority of the American people are with us on that. And she's gained an invaluable amount of experience as vice president, advancing our values and interests around the world. She's already said she's going to work really hard to make sure that no American working full-time lives in poverty or has to worry about their children living in poverty. She says that we got to make home ownership an achievable dream for everyone, not just a privilege. She said that and this meant a lot to me, that she would protect everybody's right to vote, whether or not they voted for her. They were citizens and they deserve the right to vote. The other day, her opponent implied that as his people voted one more time, they'd be able to rig it from now on and they wouldn't have to vote again. You think they're kidding, but I know a lot of these folks, and most of them are really good people, but some of them think that they are bound to dominate America politically, economically, and socially, and they have to use politics to do it, and they should rig the system. I don't believe that. And so here's what I want to tell you. We've seen more than one election slip away from us when we thought it couldn't happen, when people got distracted by phony issues or overconfident. This is a brutal, tough business. I want you to be happy. One of the reasons that President-to-be Harris is doing so well is that we're all so happy.
I think I don't actually think that's true. Like, Americans above any other nation on earth are so moved by positive vibes. I think the negativity from the Republicans right now is probably what's fucking them the most. More so than the insurrection or the policies or the racism or whatever. Yeah.
You underestimate your adversary. And these people are really good at distracting us, at triggering doubt, at triggering buyer's remorse. As the Obama said so eloquently last night, they are human, you know. They're bound to make a mistake now and then. We got to be tough. And so, as somebody who spends a lot of time in small towns and rural areas in New York and Arkansas and other places, I urge you to talk to all your neighbors.
Yeah.
I urge you to meet people where they are. I urge you not to demean them, but not to pretend you don't disagree with them if you do. Treat them with respect, just the way you'd like them to treat you. Ask for their help and then follow our leader, Kamala, and ask them, how can I help you? We Democrats right now have a lot of hay in the barn. We've got massive achievements, massive advances.
Massive. I'm sorry.
But there's still a lot of slips between today and Election Day that we have to navigate. And so I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I have no idea how many more of these I'll be able to come to. I started in '76, and I've been to every one since. But no. 72. Lord, I'm getting old. But here's what I want you to know.
He's the same age as Trump.
If you vote for this team, if you can get them elected and let them bring in this breath of fresh air, you will be proud of it for the rest of your life. Your children will be proud of it. Your grandchildren will be proud of it. Take it,
Hillary,
from a man who once had the honor to be called in this convention the man from hope. We need Kamala Harris, the president of joy, to lead us. So, I'll be doing my part, you do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted. God bless you, and God bless America.
I thought, didn't they do a January 6th ad at one of these, but I couldn't see it. Maybe it's on Twitter. Was this at the DNC? Or am I thinking of something different? Highlighting Trump's role on January 6th. Is this it? I think this might be it.
Never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't.
Wait, why is it? There's surely a better version. I'm sorry. Wait. Harris campaign. I think this is it though. Was this not shown at the DNC? I remember it being about 3 or 4 minutes long. Aww. Hang on. Didn't it have like footage that wasn't previously seen? I actually might be never mind. Okay. Is it this? This is an old one. No, that's a Trump ad. Bro, where's the fucking vid? Does anyone know which one I'm talking about? It's not that. Trumpy troutfish. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I think I know. Oh, I think it might be actually old, but I swear it came from the DNC. Fuck it, I'll just watch the shit one. There's a shorter one. Excuse me. Woo. Okay, let's have a look here. Politics Global.
Concede when there's theft. Never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved.
What's this? Is this higher quality? 4 minutes? Okay. Oh, it's from the DNC. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, fuck. Same quality,
never
okay.
Give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved.
Oh, shit.
And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down to the Capitol, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
It does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
We're going to give Brian 40 yeah, here. We're going to give
Guided tour.
We're going to try to get compliant, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
5 to 50 be advised, we're trying to breach and get to the Capitol.
Fucking traffic code.
We have a breach of the Capitol. Breach of the Capitol to the upper level. Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. Bring out Pence. Bring out Pence. Bring out Pence.
It's fucking mental, bro.
Look at this vantage point, man.
We're fucked. Oh my god.
Trying to hold the alphabet. We're trying to hold the alphabet down. We need an area for the House members.
They're swarming.
We need to move now. If we lose any more time, we may lose the ability to leave. So if we're going to leave, we need to do it now. We lost the line. We lost the line. All MPD, pull back. All MPD, pull back to the alphabet.
H208 with 4 members. The door's barricaded. There's people flooded the hallways outside. We have no way out.
Officers still remaining on the House floor, so we can secure the members on the other side. Copy. Get them up! Get them up!
And if I win, I will be looking very, very strongly about pardons. And I mean full pardons with an apology to the many, an apology.
Damn.
They were peaceful people. These were great people. The crowd was unbelievable. And I mentioned the word love, the love in the air. I've never seen anything like it.
They've really taken a prompt from the fiery but mostly peaceful meme, haven't they? That's true, he has been charged with those things. Nice one. When was that, the DNC? Hitler describing the beer hall putsch. Holy shit. It's just not cricket, is it? Now, why are my supers being weird? Huh. I don't know. What does that mean? It's like an English phrase. Soljo, thanks for the 100 Hong Kong dollars. I don't know why TTS isn't working, but I really appreciate it. What will January 6, 2025 look like if Kamala wins? You know what? I don't know. I mean, if she's the vice president, doesn't that mean she'll be certifying herself? She'll be certifying her own electoral votes? I mean, Jefferson did that. Biden at least knows how to get the National Guard ready. Whereas Trump just, what did he do? He asked Milley. He just said, maybe we can do it, but he didn't make a proper order. There will be some forced transgendering, true, of every child of every member of Congress, Democrat and Republican. Yeah, I don't think they're taking any chances next time. Okay. I was supposed to watch Brianna Wu content. Oh no. We didn't even get that. We've been streaming for almost 7 hours. Oh shit. Are we really $2 off of 100? That's so cringe. Fuck you guys. What'd I do this for? What'd I do this job for? This jab. Damned Kyle Rittenhouse will show up in DC. Yeah, to stop the goddamn rioters. Imagine if that's his revenge for the Trump tards trying to transvestigate him because he wanted to vote for Ron Paul. Oh no. Ugh. Oh. Jesus, Periton Susia. What the fuck are you? You're a weird pervert. Deranged pervert. Vanilla Van, thanks for the 99 cents. Really appreciate that. And Soljo, thanks for the 15 Hong Kong dollars. That's USD 2, right? Go capitalism. True. Sorry, it's not my fault. Chinese rule, you know? CCP. Hang on. I think we need to have a pop. I think we need to get strong. White! I'm white! I'm 1849. Wow, that's a strong candidate. Strong player. Okay. Fuck, they know the main line. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Convo with Tiny. We went through the Brianna Wu thing. We went over the debate. I don't know if I think Tiny is speaking to aristocracy today, actually. So I might call later. What are they doing now? Do they not know the line? That's not really... I think... To this, I think I should be putting my queen on g3. Because I think every time they don't develop the bishop right away, you've got a gap you can exploit there. But... the problem is it allows them to push that pawn forward, which I don't like. But is it still better to take the advantageous... Is it? Is it? I think I would want to... Because basically you either do this and just set up your center, or you punish them for not developing this bishop and keep this pawn vulnerable. Or you go rook b1 to here. I want to try this one. This is new to me. Okay. Because I think the problem with that is there's this. Is that what you... But that's assuming they're very dumb. Because they could always just not take it. The rook idea is good. But I think I also have to develop because I kind of want this and this idea. The new learner box sucks. I didn't do the Brianna Wu reaction. What are you talking about? I never did such a thing. See, now I wish I had moved my queen to g3. I don't know. That's now I can't. It's too late. I've got this or I've got this. No, this has to come first. I think it's just a d4. Yeah. But this does line things up quite nicely, doesn't it? It feels like things are nicely lined up. Because there's that. I don't know. Open rook file. Yeah, this is the general setup. This is actually like a really standard Vienna setup, I think. Which is funny because mostly they don't really play the right moves. So when you play at a lower level, it can be harder in a way because if they don't know what they're doing, then you're less likely to know what you're doing as well. It's that, I suppose. But if they move that, that's a problem. If they take this, then I can't move the knight away. Well, I still can because of that. So that's fine. Oh, wait. Huh? Did that work? No, because of the... Okay, no. I could just threaten this and weaken this pawn structure, though. Because if they do that, does that work? Oh. Should have moved queen to g3. Why? And done what with it? Look at that wedge formation. What, this? This is sexy. I like this. I like this about the Vienna. I think if they move this forward, it just feels right to do this. But I don't know. I mean, it's... Oh, they could also do that. Fuck! That's annoying. Now... Now it's a bit more awkward. I mean, this is really reckless. This is just a normal trade. Boring. But it doesn't even mean like there's not even any pressure on this. I'd have to castle to get that, and then I'm behind a move and they can do that. So now what if they do this still? The knight move still works, I think. Actually, I don't know. Yeah. Oh! What are they doing? Do I just take? Or do I move? Do I advance? You think I'm losing or they're losing? No, I don't think I'm losing, but I think it might be. It could actually still be a draw. That's the problem. Unleash the B rook. To do what? There's still that, but if I take this, that does win me this pawn, right? Because I take, you take bishop. But then there's that. Then there's that. Let's go that first. And I think it'd just be the pawn, wouldn't it? Would it be the pawn? Because if it's anything else, then they can fork the... Yeah. It could even be a sacrifice. Look at this. No, it's not. It's a horrible sacrifice, though. It's that. Okay. Okay. Now I think I pull back, because what can they defend this with? I could even do... Oh. Wait. The rook is still not active. I don't even need to castle, I don't think. So I could... do this. That. No, that's not good for me. That. That. No, stupid. I think I should back down and go here because this is a problem for them. They can do this. Then I do that. If I go to G, if I go here, I think the problem is this. Or it's this, actually. That's annoying. Oh, that's tricky. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm very confused. Moving the pawn frees up your bishop. It does. But they have this. You know? I think it should be backing down. 3 minutes. Because what they're going to be worrying about is this. Because that means they're forced to lose the bishop. So they have to move to avoid that. And if they come forward to block the pawn from doing that trick, from this whole thing, then I just move up. And they're still in trouble. Really? They're accepting that? Why? Because now they're going to lose the bishop because they have to protect against this. Right? Did I miss something? They can't. They can move the queen, but then they'd lose the queen to the pawn. They have to. Yeah, I don't know how they got out of that. They've lost the bishop, but I have to worry about this. Okay, wait. Okay. Now wait, do I give that to them? Or do I start threatening more? Do I start just opening up everything? Wait. Oh shit. Wait. Let's be careful. If I take this, they can check. No, wait. No. I go here. They can check here. I go here. They can't follow up, right? No, because here's covered. Here's covered. So there'd only be one check. I have to just take it. This is quite bold. I think it works, though. They force a queen trade. What, here? Oh, yeah, that. I don't like that. I don't know. I'm going schizo. I'm going mask off, man. But at least now I can disconnect my... I can connect my rooks. I need one rook here so I can just open up everything, but who knows. This is an intense position, though. Because really, I don't like this doubling up. See, now it's fine. I'm not scared of them doubling anymore, right? So I can do that. Oh! And they would have to go there. Okay. Should I castle? This is a problem. Okay. Well, I just take the pawn, right? But I'm losing momentum now. I feel like there was a better move. There must have been. Oh, because there's this now. No, there's not. There's a fucking rook there. Okay. Yeah. But I'm losing momentum. I don't know what to do now. Fuck. I don't like this. I'm very exposed. I feel like there was a better way out of that. You're up a piece. I am up a piece. Okay. Just get the pawn there to defend. Okay. I just like I'm in plain sight here, bro. It's so scary. Fuck. Okay. Now what? Bruh. The fact that they've got all this fucking pawn shit. Oh no. I hate that. Fuck's sake. Huh. Now go here. Keep the rooks connected. Okay. Shit. How did they pull this one out of the hat? Oh no. I could do this. That should be my next move. They have to take momentum. They have to do something with momentum now because otherwise this will fuck them up. Up 2 bishops. Yeah, but I don't feel that confident because of how exposed my king is. Even though everything's covered, okay? Everything's covered. Like, for example, if I hadn't covered this, you'd have had that. No, if I hadn't covered this, you'd have had that, that. Like, no, they still wouldn't have won, actually. Because of the rook being there. Oh, well. Concerned about the time. I know. What if I just did that? Fuck shit up. Even everything. Ah! What? Wait. Do I just move the pawn forward? Or do I take? I think take. No. Yes. They could go there. Oh, that's really scary. Ha 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 ha. Oh no, there's this. Oh shit. I'm really fucked here for being exposed. Oh no. Because now there's like this. And they can edge down towards the rook. Oh no. I don't like that. Wait, this? And then they go there. Oh, fuck. And then I block. Okay, I block. Fuck you. Just leave me alone. They're going to go there. Then I go up. Then they come down. They could actually make this fucking endless, bro. They could actually do a perpetual. I think there's a perpetual now. No, there's not. They win the rook. Ah! I lose. Fuck me. 3 seconds left. Why was there... I swear there must have been a win there. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe I was just being aggressive for no reason. I was. No, I was definitely... Oh, I wasn't being aggressive for no reason. I was actually winning. What did I do wrong? I should have just lined up my queen. Why? No, let's see where I went wrong. So these were all fine, actually. Then the blunder... Oh, I should have blocked with the bishop. And then it was mate 7. Yeah. It wasn't even a perpetual. It was mate 7. Fuck. Oh, well. Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. I feel like I did so well there. Wait, did they actually... I feel like I want to do the cheating accusations again. Why did they start playing perfectly as soon as they were losing? Okay, this is all good. That should have been the bishop. Okay. Makes sense. But I was worried about this pawn. But maybe I shouldn't have been, because I could have... I would have been a check. We shouldn't have been worried about it. Okay. There's still no... That bishop move was good. Okay. Could have castled, but... Pawn could have actually stayed there. So the problem was they're just playing like excellent or perfect. It was just that. So, but no, it was here. There was like a loss. I should have done, I was thinking about doing this, but I was worried about this. But I could have just gone C2. Ah, why didn't I think of that? Huh. Huh. All right. Hmm. Yeah, well. Should stop playing 10-minute games, especially when I'm talking to chat. Okay. Fuck! Fucking. Are this Adam and Sitch guys still wanking off about centrism or whatever? What is this?
That they were more right-wing than they let on. I said that one time. And then every other time I think I've mentioned them, I've been like, oh yeah, I feel like my audience hates them way more than they should. I felt like they're a little bit more to the right than they say. That was all I said. And every other time I've said what I just said now, I was like, oh yeah, I think
yeah, but there's nothing worse. There's nothing worse for a self-proclaimed centrist who's actually right-wing to get called more right-wing than they let on to be. That's like the biggest insult. Because half of their content is literally just, aha, this guy thinks I'm right-wing, but little does he know, I am not. Thanks for the 15 Hong Kong. I already got that. Okay. Fuck. Well, that Hasan debate was good. The Hasan Traveling Israel spat. That was enjoyable. I had fun. But I've also been streaming for 7 hours. Okay. I'm going to send you over to Aristocracy because apparently she's talking about why should Jews support Kamala Harris. Okay. Go there. Now would be a good time to insert ads. No. Love you guys. Okay, I'm so tired. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye.